Hello everyone and welcome to the supercut of the book that started it all, with us soon to be reading through the next book in the series, The Savior's Army. I figured it'd be a good time to do a much requested supercut of the original The Savior's Champion. I have people on my channel who don't even know what this is, and this was the book that started my read-along series, which is by far my most successful series. Now, I should warn you that this was filmed in 2018. It was 2 cameras ago. I have not done anything, because I don't know how, anything to improve the quality, so it's still the quality that you had back then. So if that bothers you, it's still gonna bother you. But this is gonna be the supercut, so it's just gonna be all of the videos smooshed together without any of the annoying stuff in between. So if you're like, I really need to get through like a hard day of chores, and I want something to listen to in the background, friend, I have got you. Here it is. Before we begin this read-along, I feel I should let you all know that I very much enjoy Jenna Moressi's channel and all of her writing advice. I love her personality and her style. She's great. However, I am going to be very critical of her book, and I'm going to be incredibly honest. And if you are one of those people who cannot stand to see one of your favorite things torn apart, I really highly recommend that you just don't watch this video. You can still watch it if you want, but I am going to be reading critically, and I am going to be pointing out places where I feel like Jenna has really dropped the ball in her writing. So you've all been warned. Also, there are going to be all of the spoilers, every single spoiler. Don't go into this if you don't want spoilers. Thank you, and enjoy the video. Hey guys, it's me, Julian Greystoke, and Kinshu. And I just randomly decided to do this thing because I've been thinking about it, and I know all of you are very, very excited for me to read Jenna Moressi's latest book, The Savior's Champion, and you're all champing at the bit for a review of it. But it's gonna be a minute because it takes me a really long time to just read a book, like a big old chunky book. Normally, I took the dust cover off because it was slippery. So what I decided to do is something I don't normally do, which is sort of a vlog where you just hang out with me while I read, and I give you a blow-by-blow my thoughts in the minute as they are happening. And we'll see how that goes, and maybe I'll do a classic review after that, but this way I don't have to keep taking notes. I can just turn to the camera and say what I'm thinking, and you all can join me in this fantastical journey. Now, you've probably noticed this, but the lighting in my living room is shit. I'm covered in cats. I'm not gonna obviously be able to do this in a single day, not even close, so you're going to have to deal with me being in different clothes, sometimes in my work clothes, and never in makeup, because I don't wear makeup during the day. I have like a menial blue-collar job, guys. I don't wear makeup to that. But I am actually a little ways through this book already. I'm on chapter 4. I've already got a couple of tabs in. So we're going to talk about the notes that I already have from what I have previously read, just so we can be caught up. The big thing that I have noticed right away is this sort of world building 101 thing. Like, this is a very basic world building thing that pretty much everyone will tell you. Use of the way people talk in the world really helps with the world building, and it's something that you don't always think about. And a lot of the characters say God damn it, or whatever. And in this world, they don't seem to, at least yet, have any kind of God besides the Savior. World building 101, if they don't believe in a God, they wouldn't use that to swear. It wouldn't be part of their vocabulary. And it wouldn't be hard to change it. It wouldn't be hard to have them say, Savior damn it, or whatever. But that was a big one that I noticed right away, is that the language as part of the world building is kind of neglected. God rest their souls, they say. Why not Savior rest their souls? It's pretty easy. Jenna loves italics. We talked about this in my review of Eve the Awakening. She loves italics, and at first it seemed like they were toned down, but the further I got in this book, the more and more they showed up. And the thing about italics is, like, I don't have a problem with using them occasionally, but the thing is, the more you use them, the more people start to tune them out, and then they're not serving their purpose. And it's kind of insulting to the reader because it implies to the reader that they don't know what words they should emphasize in a sentence, and I wish she didn't do it so much. Something that I was noticing at the beginning of the book, and then it kind of went away a little bit, and we'll see if it comes back when people are really talking to each other again, is that everybody kind of talks with Jenna's voice. If you watch her videos, she has like not only a cadence but a vocabulary, and all of the characters kind of share that same one. And having distinct voices for your characters, especially in an ensemble piece like I think this is going to turn out to be, is crucial. We'll see how that turns out. It's early days yet. My computer is right here, so if you hear Facebook nonsense, that's why. I was confused by the sister, because his sister has a spinal injury, which I will admit is pretty well done because Jenna does have that experience with her fiance, is he now? Cliff? Who's a delightful person. And his spinal injury, and so she has the experience to write a character with a spinal injury realistically. That's great. But I don't understand, Tobias is like, oh, my sister can never marry and she can never have kids. Okay, well maybe she can never have kids, maybe that's a fact. But never marry? His friend Milo, like Milo's first lines are proposing to the sister. And if those lines are a joke, they're kind of a mean joke. And Milo doesn't seem like he's being mean to her. So I think that she could marry, unless there are laws against marrying people with disabilities in their land that I don't know about. I see no reason why she could not marry and adopt children or something. And also, Tobias, marriage and kids don't equal a happy life. Tobias is super worried about his sister and then spends the whole day in town with his bro. Bro meaning bestie, not bro meaning he has a brother. I'm kind of unclear, I have written down, I'm unclear why Tobias thinks money from the tournament will solve everything. Like, sure, his sister and mom could have a nicer house and better food, but it's not gonna, like, cure his sister's spinal injury unless the rich people have some really powerful medicines that are never brought up. Tobias really doesn't want to enter the tournament, and then he's supposed to have, like, this switch where he's like, oh, my sister's in pain and we live such a shitty life. But I'm really not feeling that desperation when he goes in and decides to enter the tournament. Like, I need it to be a lot more visceral. A concrete, like, we could have the very best medicine if I enter the tournament. It's not clear to me, like, what exactly him entering the tournament would gain his family, other than this sort of amorphous, they'll live slightly better than they are now. The measurement scene, I did enjoy it. It was pretty snappy and cute. A little bit clunky at times as a way to, like, describe Tobias physically, but it was cute. The book straight up admits that the Labyrinth is just a tunnel. And that's a critique that I have seen a lot of other people having, is that it's called a labyrinth, but it's just a tunnel. And for me, that wouldn't even be such a big problem if Labyrinth wasn't used in the marketing and, like, even on the cover blurb, because Labyrinth means a certain thing to people, and it's sort of like false advertising when it turns out to just be a tunnel full of traps. I don't know, maybe it's gonna get more labyrinthy. I haven't gotten all the way through the book yet, so it might change, but right now, it's just a tunnel, and that's not a labyrinth. Tobias gets into this tournament really fucking easily. It's almost like they were waiting for him specifically. Because he showed up late, he gets his cock measured, and then he's in. And it's like, were they just waiting for the right size dick? What? Okay, now we're on to the vines scene. The way it was written was confusing. I imagined them, like, grabbing onto the vines on the walls and, like, holding on and, like, shimmying along. But apparently they were swinging like frickin' that old video game. I wrote it down. What was it? Oh, Pitfall. That's apparently what they were doing, and that seemed much less efficient and safe to me than just shimmying along the walls. I was confused. It was confusing. And of course they just threw these people straight into this labyrinth without any preparation. They're just like, go! Which, I mean, I guess you want to get straight to the action, but it seemed a little like, meh? And again, another common complaint is, what are the spectators supposed to do while everybody's down in a tunnel where they can't be seen? Like, another disadvantage of throwing these people straight into the labyrinth is that the spectators that came to see them are now just, like, supposed to go home? Once again, and I'm gonna have to see how this goes, there are a lot of characters in this story, and I know In Eve of the Awakening, Jenna's characterization was one of the weakest things. She tends to have characters that are evil, just being very one-dimensionally evil, characters that are good, being very one-dimensionally good, aside from, like, the token Krabby Pants character, who is kind of based on herself. So we'll see, but so far, we've established the people we're not supposed to like in the broadest strokes possible, like extreme violence and sexism. And I can hope that they eventually have depth, but I have a feeling that it's just going to be these people bad, these people good, nary the twain shall meet. And then my last note for the section I got to, because I just got to the part where they got to like their sanctuary, their camp in the Labyrinth. I'm going to keep doing this for Labyrinth. Kaleo, I think, he likes to kill people, and no one seems inclined to stop him. So I'm very confused why he doesn't just kill at least everyone he perceives to be as weak, like, immediately. Because nobody gives a fuck. And then Toby, like, attacks him, and he doesn't kill him. Even though he's very easily killed everyone else that has even looked at him funny or annoyed him slightly. And the book gives you a very tenuous, like, somebody tells him to stop, and he's like, I'll get you later, Tobias. But it didn't convince me that he wouldn't have just killed Tobias by smashing his head into the nearest wall. So those are my thoughts so far, and now I guess I'm gonna do a little reading, and you can join me, and we'll just discuss this book as it goes along. What have I got tabbed? Awkward sentences, I think. Let's see. Trying to slow its ascent through sheer will of his thoughts, but surprisingly nothing happened. Yeah, that is a little bit awkward. He glanced at the sun, trying to slow its ascent through sheer will of his thoughts, but surprisingly nothing happened. So sheer will of his thoughts, I think, is part of why I found it so awkward, because can your thoughts have will? And also, surprisingly nothing happened. He is surprised that the sun didn't stop. His body eventually slowed, leaving him to dangle aimlessly. Yeah, I'm not entirely certain how you dangle aimlessly. Whatever. Let's get reading. Okay, so they get this instruction that says, to the front. And then the tunnel they're in begins to flood. And there's literally like a door right in front of them, apparently. And everyone, as the tunnel starts to flood, everyone's like, what are we gonna do? What do we do? Oh no! There's a door right in front of you. Go try it? Like, that would be thing one that I would try. Like, when I saw to the front, I would have been, like, charging across the room to be in the lead of all these other people. So, these guys are dumb. They're like, I can't swim. And it's like, you haven't even tried the door. You dumbass, panic then. I do wonder how Tobias knows how to swim. Does that come up much in his daily life? He was an artist, and then he worked in, like, a sugarcane farm. When did he learn to swim? Oh my gosh. These people all deserve to die in this tunnel, because Tobias is apparently the only one who's even noticed that the door opposite them has, like, a wheel on it to turn and open. Yeah, that doesn't work. They're all in the water that is so deep that it's almost to the ceiling and they can barely, like, get breath, and it says, the other men waited in clusters. Nope. Oh my gosh, these people are so dumb. He dove toward the floor, hell-bent on survival. Other men congregated by the door, pounding at it. But Tobias glided past them, dropping down beside the Cetus, I don't know how to pronounce his name, who was the only other guy trying the wheel. Their eyes locked, forming an unspoken agreement, and together they pulled. Really, these are the only two people who thought to try this wheel. You all deserve to drown. I'm curious if this labyrinth, aka the very, 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 very long tunnel, is actually as long as it seems, or whether magic is, like, just looping them back on themselves, or what. Because if it is as long as it seems, that is, like, where are they? Are they going to be, like, walking into other countries at some point here? It's going to be really hard to keep track of them. I feel like I'm reading a D&D game with all of these traps and everything. Here's another redundancy that I noticed Jenna likes to use, and a lot of writers use this. This isn't just her. This is just something that I've been trying to eliminate in my own writing, so I notice it. This guy called The Brave has taken the lead in this stepstone puzzle, and he's already stepped out onto the puzzle, and it says the Brave took another step forward. You don't need the word forward, you can just say took another step. Forward is implied. The only time you would need to tell us which direction he was stepping at this point is if he stepped backward or side to side, some unexpected direction. Otherwise, forward is expected. You don't need it. That's just a little tiny nitpick pro tip for all of us writers out there. So Jenna is working really, really hard to make us hate this Kaleo guy. And I'm kind of zoning out, because after a while, if you make a character like so hateful, I get kind of desensitized to it. But she's trying really hard. Somebody else died, and I don't care. It was the guy who helped, the only other guy who was smart enough to turn the thing. This really is a D&D game. Even better, this is like a LARPing game. They have come to this place where essentially it's like a laser maze but with ribbons. So they have to like get around the lasers. Maybe maze isn't the right word. Laser challenge, whatever. And we've done this. I LARP, fun fact. And this is an obstacle that we have made, a spider's web, where we have a couple of trees and we put rope across and people have to like slither through. This is exactly that, and it's just adding to my feeling of reading a D&D module of some kind. I'm not saying that's bad, I'm not saying that's not entertaining, it's just a feeling that I have. I'm curious why Drake gets to have a name while everybody else pretty much always has their laurels. Why isn't it the prince met the dragon's gaze with a challenging glare instead of the prince met Drake's gaze with a challenging glare? I don't understand why sometimes we use their laurels and sometimes we don't. I don't understand why Tobias is helping this guy. The prince is now been shot and Tobias is helping him for reasons. I guess because he's a good guy and that's a thing that good guys do. Sure. And they make it out of this ribbon maze, which is supposed to be very complicated at this end of it, while he's like basically dragging a guy. So that's a thing. Isn't one of them, like, doesn't one of them have the laurel of like the physician or something like that, or did he die? Oh no, he's still here. Apparently he's just a fuckface. So, the romantic interest shows up and she's a healer and so Tobias is like, help this guy out. And she's like, he's your competition, yet you save his life. Why? And I'm like, same girl, I don't know. Yeah, like, bodies were piling up around him, leaving him with a single objective. Don't become one of them. If that's your single objective, why are you helping this other guy? Because you could have been made one of them by helping this guy, Tobias. What are your priorities, my dude? I know we're supposed to understand that Tobias is a good guy and we should look at his actions to see that he's a good guy, but at the same time, like, we should understand his motivation for wanting to help this guy. Sorry, my camera focus keeps going in and out. Remember, this is a super informal video. Okay, so I read a chapter and I think I'm going to stop because I have other things to do, but we'll catch back up probably tomorrow or whenever, and we'll just keep doing this until we make it through this big-ass book. That sounds exciting, right? The next chapter is called First Impressions. Or The First Impressions. So that's a thing. Hey guys, it's the same night as last time, and people are talking to me. My husband was supposed to come home and play video games with me because we are doing a team playthrough, I guess, of Stardew Valley. But instead, he's out gaming with some friends, so I have nothing to do tonight. So I guess I'm gonna read some more with you from this book. Savior's Champion and chill, guys. Let's do this. You ready? I'm ready. Let's do this. So, Chapter 5, First Impressions. Okay, I have a question right away, actually. Actually, I have a question right away. So, it says that the men outside had risen, talking and laughing as if a handful of their own weren't already dead. Why is Tobias like one of the only sane people here. Because he got into this tournament so easily, it makes me think that people in this tournament could just be like average Joes. How did they find a whole bunch of psychopaths, like legitimate psychopaths, and Tobias? What happened? Were they like, okay, we need a bunch of people who just will kill and not give a shit, and then we want just like a couple of just dudes that apparently have enormous penises? Is that what happened? Is that, like, legitimately, is that what happened? Is that how they did this? Do we find out later that's how they did this? I mean, I will say that this is way more readable, just enjoyable to read than Eve the Awakening, but it still doesn't make a lot of sense either. So, you know, suspending your disbelief is required. This is definitely, I mean, I'm not all the way through it, obviously, but it definitely feels like a popcorn book, like a book that you would just read for enjoyment, but it doesn't have a lot of depth, and it doesn't have a lot of logic. So, but we'll keep going. Maybe it will get logical eventually. Okay, so now we're doing exposition via dialogue, which they tell you is how you're supposed to do it, but it's not always the case. But we have Delphi making Tobias look pretty while she is basically describing all of the other men for us again. The author assumes correctly that we have basically forgotten what everyone looks like and who they are. So it works and it doesn't, because it's starting to drag. I was like on board, but if she's gonna go through like every single important guy, I'm gonna get bored. I've caught on to the exposition via sort of checking out the competition thing. It's dragging a little bit, is what I'm trying to say. So I'm gonna assume that some of the healing power is magic, because the prince was shot in the chest yesterday, and he seems fine now. So I'm gonna go ahead and assume that magic is involved in the healing here. Even though it hasn't been explicitly stated, that seems pretty obvious to me. I would pay money if Kaleo turned out to be a shepherd. Like a real shepherd. Like a psychopath shepherd. That would be amazing to me if that turned out to be true. Because Delphi is like, he claims to be a shepherd. And they're like, he's probably not really a shepherd because his scars are all wrong and everything. But if he really was a shepherd, that would make me way happier than it has any business making me. Some guy, the prince guy, he's talking to Tobias. Doesn't he know that anybody who makes friends with Tobias gets immediately killed? We'll see if this trend continues. His name is Flynn. I want to know if he has smolder. Oh man. Oh man. Flynn is doing that life debt thing. He is so gonna die very, very soon. Dude, you're sealing your own fucking fate. The savior glows in the sunlight. Just kind of like sparkling in the sunlight. So now in my head she's a vampire. Just putting that out there. Okay, so I've been reading for like 2 pages about how bored Tobias is with everybody's questions about this. They're all allowed to ask one question to this savior lady, and Tobias is bored, but we're still here, and so we are bored along with Tobias, and I don't feel like that's necessarily the best thing. Like, I feel like we only needed to hear about how bored he was once, and then we can move on. But instead, here we are, like 2 pages later, still hearing about how bored he is and how little he thinks of these people's questions. All these guys are admiring her boobs. Isn't a single one of them an ass man? Come on. Of course, they're all pigs, because they're all like, titties. Except Tobias. He is the good one. Alright, we have achieved chapter 6. So I'm going to go ahead and stop for now. I will say that reading this book definitely makes me want to write again, so that's kind of good when you read a book that like gets your own creative juices wanting to flow. I mean, it's definitely not perfect, but it's definitely more enjoyable than Eve the Awakening, so that's a good. Anyway, I will see you guys in a few seconds. For you, and however long for me, I'm gonna eat a Kit Kat now. Hey kids, it's me, Julian Greystoke, back to read some more of the Savior's Champion. It's been like 2 weeks since I last read this, and also Jane is here. See? So he's gonna help me. So I've got some tea that's a little bit too hot for me to drink right now, but hopefully I won't have to spill any of it, if you catch my meaning. If you ever see me wiping my hand off, it's because Jane likes to boot me with his nose, and then I have a little wet cat snot spot on my hand. Anyway, the next chapter is called The Apothecary. So, there's probably an apothecary in it. Nigel is here too. So right away this chapter starts out with the guy, Flynn, whom has decided he wants to be Tobias' friend because Tobias saved him in the previous chapter, trying to be friends with Tobias. And Tobias is a needless grumpy pants, and like, I don't understand. I noticed this about Tobias and Eve in Jenna Moressi's books. Like, I don't know why she has this thing about characters who, like, other people are like, let's be friends, and Jenna's characters are all like, no, I hate people. Why do you hate me? I don't know, I just do. And it's like, okay. Or you could, you just saved this guy's life and he wants to be your friend. What is wrong with that? He has literally done nothing to make you not want to be his friend. So, why, Tobias? So, apparently they're just all sitting around watching an apothecary, whose name is Dickus, by the way. That's probably not how it's pronounced, but it's spelled Dickus, and now all I can think is Biggest Dickus. Okay, I think I know where this is going now. The apothecary is mixing up this, like, sleeping potion, and he's like, all you need is 3 drops, and I believe he said it twice, so we know that's important. So definitely later, Tobias is going to have to use the sleeping potion. However, did we need to watch the fucking apothecary make it? I feel like no. I'm never going to remember, like, any of these ingredients, and Tobias is too drunk to remember any of these ingredients, so why did we sit through this? It's like a page and a half. The apothecary finishes, how about a round of applause, not for me, but for science. Except for he literally put magic into this. So, yes, infused with the magic of the Savior herself. So he literally put magic in it, and then called it science. I wish you could see Jane. Like, I should, like, turn the camera down so you can just see him, because he's being very cute right now in my lap. I'm not going to, though, because then you'd be staring at my crotch. Aha! We've gotten even more reason for the apothecary. Okay. The wine is poisoned, and they just watched him make the antidote with magic. So the fact that Tobias is drunk is now hilarious to me because he was not paying attention. Although, honestly, I still am not happy that I had to read all of that. Now that I fully understand, you guys are getting the play-by-play, so if you've read this, I'm sure you were all shouting at me. But now that I fully understand, I'm still not happy that I had to read all of that. But let's see if Tobias dies, or more likely, his new buddy. By the way, I would be fine in this situation because I don't drink, so I would just watch all these motherfuckers completely fumble around and slowly die of poison. Not that I would be in this tournament because I don't have a dick at all, let alone the best dick in the land. Can't decide whether this scene is supposed to be hectic or comedic. It feels like it's trying to be both, and so it's not really getting either tone correct. Alright, well that's the end of that chapter. Tobias managed to finish his potion and then selfishly drank it without checking to make sure that his buddy, who has been helping him this entire time, is okay. So I guess we'll find out if our new friend Flynn, who has literally done nothing to ever harm Tobias, and has in fact only tried to help him, is dead in the next chapter. But that, my friends, is for the next chapter, which I might go on to read today or I might not, but I should do some other things first, so I'll see you when I see you. New day for me, a couple seconds for you. Let's get on to the next chapter of the Savior's Champion. This chapter, chapter 7, is called The Allies. Hopefully many of you are still with me after I so wrongly guessed what was going on with the poison in the apothecary in the previous chapter. Hopefully no one will hold that against me. Remember, I'm reading this for the first time, so I don't know all of the things that could be happening. So don't get mad at me if I guess wrong. Kinshu is here. So right away, we start with Tobias is unconscious, and apparently this person called Pippa wants to try something called True Love's Kiss, which means that in this world, they have the mythology of True Love's Kiss waking people up. Again, that's just, these are little world-building tidbits that we writers can look out for in our own work, where you put in cultural things from our world into a world that should not have these cultural things. Unless the book's about to explain to me why they also have True Love's Kiss as a myth, which I don't think it's going to. So we find out the meanings of Tobias and his love interest Layla's names, and their names mean respectively goodness and darkness. I mean, I can't fault it, because I often like to have names that are pretty on the nose for my character, but at the same time I don't often point it out within the book. I usually let people find that out on their own. So that's a thing. I think Layla is supposed to be all angsty and not like other girls. Oh boy. Also, she complains earlier about the physician not respecting her because she's a woman. Admittedly, I don't understand women's place in the society, again because the world has not been built. Are we just to assume that women are sort of still treated as second class in this world, even though their savior is a woman? I mean, I guess her dad kind of runs the country, so we could infer that, but it would have been a great opportunity to have a world that is not completely similar to ours. But I guess that's probably not what's important about this book. It is just enjoy the ride. Don't question it. Just like Tobias doesn't question anything, I shouldn't question anything either. Good news is Tobias' new friend seems to have survived, so we'll see how long he lives. Of course, my dog is moving the... Whoop, there she goes. She's rolling around on the floor and hitting the tripod. But I think she framed the shot better than I had. Anyway, of course, Tobias is getting special attention from Layla and gets to rest his head in her lap. Because even though everybody else was poisoned as well, we gotta get this romance going somehow. So he gets special attention. Wow, Tobias... cold, stone cold. So he's talking about his sister and her accident, and Layla asks, is she alive? And Tobias answers, from the waist up. Harsh, my dude, that's your sister. Fuck. Somebody pointed out, and I can definitely agree, that the names in this book are a little bit all over the place. Some of them feel like they fit into this world, and some of them feel like they're just out of left field. And again, that's something that's important for world building is, and I talked a little bit about it in my video about naming characters if you want to go check that out, is to pick names that seem like they all fit together for the world that you are creating. So we got, you know, Tobias and Layla, and I guess they sound like they could be from this world, but then they have like a Bjorn, I think that's how you pronounce his name, and Xander, and I don't know, and then they have, what was his name, the little Weaselton or whatever his name was, the little plump guy who introduced them all, and like, they don't all fit. And that's just something, again, that's something to think about when you're world building. Wembleton, his name is Wembleton. Ugh, Layla, honey, you're making me gag here. Maybe goodness will prevail. Because his name means goodness. Gag me. Alright, we've had a scene break, and we open on Caesar jerking off, which I feel like is not a detail that we needed. I definitely feel like Jenna was just like, I know, we'll have him jerking off. That'll shock people. Or like, I don't know, she wants to weed out the readers that can't handle like sex stuff, but like, what does this serve the story? Nothing. I'm sure we can surmise that this group of guys probably jerks off. We don't actually need to be privy to moments when they do. The hunter is Orion. Get it? Orion, the hunter. I see what you're doing, Jenna. We know, again, that Tobias is the best of the good guys because everyone else is making fun of a developmentally disabled girl, and Tobias is standing up for her. So, you know, we know that he is the very best, like no one ever was. But the amount of drugs that they put in these people, because now their food has been drugged and they all fell asleep for the next challenge or whatever, and I would not eat anything these people gave me ever again, because I would be like, you're trying to drug me. They rely very heavily on drugs so far. Okay, now they're in a really elaborate Saw-esque type situation, and I'm very curious how we got from, you know, wandering around in tunnels with like water and stuff to this. This is a pretty intense change. So I get this challenge is all about keeping calm, because now we've decided that the challenges are about figuring out if you're suitable to marry the savior, versus like, I don't know what the hell they were looking for with the vine challenge or the spider challenge, like willingness to walk through spider webs. Will you? No, what it was is, if the savior shrieks about a spider in the next room, will you come and save her? That's what that challenge was. But no, in all seriousness, it seems like the author just decided at this point that that's what the challenges were going to be about, making sure that they're suitable for the savior, and didn't bother to go back and try to make the other challenges fit the theme. So they're all supposed to sit and stay very, very calm, but one of them will die, the weakest link will die. And I want to know, like, what happens if all of them just, like, manage to meditate? They all stay super calm for, like, a super long time. Is the one who is that the one who dies is the one who has to use the bathroom the most? Like, is that how we decide this? I need to know. Information I need. So apparently they're going to torture them, or at least threaten them with torture to get them to freak out a little more. Nope, they're just straight up torturing him. That seems a little unfair, but okay. Who can disassociate the best while they're being tortured? That's the real challenge. So after giving Tobias an extra special amount of torture, more torture than they had given anyone else, somebody else who was watching Tobias be tortured was actually the one who died. Which seems dumb to me, but whatever. I guess that guy was just very high-strung, didn't like to watch other people get stabbed a lot. So, we have finished that chapter. I don't know, that chapter was not very engaging to me, especially the beginning part. There was this, like, weird middle section that I didn't really talk about, where Tobias is, like, making friends, and we get, again, people being described, and all of their names being thrown around, and I just didn't care. And none of these people are people to me. Tobias is okay. I like his friend who's going to die, but otherwise, like, I don't care about any of these people. But we will see if that changes in Chapter 8, The Healer, when I get to it. So stay tuned, my lovelies. Stay tuned. Today I've got a little bit of time, although I'm running behind as usual, and I'm going to read a little bit more of The Savior's Champion, which you undoubtedly know because you have been watching this video. Today we're going to be reading Chapter 8, The Healer. And Jane is going to be clawing me on the leg because he's mad I'm not paying attention to him, so let's just get started. So they're playing this, apparently some sort of memory matching game, which I initially thought was just literally that children's game where you put down a bunch of cards and you have to flip matches. But it might be more complicated than that, at least I hope so, because otherwise everyone's acting like this is like the greatest game of strategy and memory. So I'm thinking it's more like counting cards is what they're actually doing, but there's so far been no real explanation of this card game. I totally forgot what happened last chapter, and Tobias is injured, and I forgot that even happened. There's the last chapter. I think the last chapter was the first one that was really, like, did nothing for me, and I was just very checked out on. So, we'll see if that is a continuing trend from this point on, or whether this book, which, as I have said, is very readable, does get me back to at least not hating my time. This card game just got more confusing, and I don't think I could explain it to you, but it does seem like it has things in common with the children's matching game. So, just have that in your head. Jenna Morossi is walking a very fine line. She's walking right on the edge of obviously a woman writing men. You know how sometimes you'll be reading a story that's like a story with a female lead character that's obviously written by a man because she thinks or says things that women just don't think or say? Jenna is dangerously close, I feel like, in this book. I feel like guys reading this would probably be rolling their eyes at this point and going, yeah, a woman wrote this. And I'm not saying that women can't write men and men can't write women. It happens all the time. But some authors give themselves away with obvious tells, like they're just joking around about their dicks. I could be wrong. I haven't met every guy on the planet, but I'm just going to put this out here right now. This sounds like a woman writing men. Also, everyone besides Tobias is pretty okay with sexual assault. At least they're at the point where they're like, her, laughing about it. So, you know, again, this is just an observation from reading Eve and then reading this. Jenna has a pretty low opinion of a lot of men, at least the ones that she writes. She writes a lot of guys that are, like, slathering misogynists. And I'm not saying that she hasn't undoubtedly encountered some of those in her life, but I feel like that can't be everyone. And that's pretty much everyone except for her good guy characters. It's just, you either have good and pure or slathering misogynist, and nary the twain shall meet. And here we have Tobias saving his love interest from being sexually assaulted. Always a classic gem that I never get tired of seeing. That's sarcasm, by the way. I am so tired of seeing this classic gem. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. So, Tobias has an injured leg, and Lila, the girl he likes, has just come to check on it. And Lila untied his makeshift tourniquet and rolled up his pant leg. At this point, with this injury, he should not be wearing a tourniquet. A tourniquet is like a really like emergency life-saving thing that at this point should have been, if one was ever applied, should have 100% been removed. At this point, you would be using just pressure from the bandages, but would not be using a tourniquet unless you want him to lose his leg. So, Layla is a crappy healer, is what I'm discerning from this. Here's another sequence that I really don't like. I really zoned out. It's an attempt at, like, banter, and also more setting up even Tobias's friends as kind of meathead assholes, misogynists. They're talking about the savior again, talking about all her assets, you know, her tits, her hips, you know, all of that stuff. And again, you know, Tobias gets to be the one who's like, I don't care about her, maybe you shouldn't talk about her that way, or something like that. You know, so he can be, again, the best of them. But this whole sequence was just really a chore to read. All of his friends, I can't tell them apart because they all have the same voice. They all make the same jokes. And so I kind of wonder, like, what is the point of this? We've already established that everybody is very lewd when it comes to women except Tobias, and so we don't need more. But I guess he needs to be seen being not lewd in front of the healer girl who is stitching up his leg. So I just don't like it. I'm getting sick of the repetition. Men are lewd except Tobias, who is the best one, and repeat until the end of time. This riddle is... I like riddles. You should know this about me. I really like riddles, and I like solving riddles in books and solving puzzles. It's like one of the things I dig. And this riddle is not very well put together as far as a lot of riddles that I've read in fantasy books. Lined tip to tip we form a square. There are true places in the sky. Our wingless flight is yours to command, but no will always stop to rest. The answer is 4 arrows, which I'll grant you is obviously could be an answer to this, but the way that riddles work, like everything matters in a riddle, and so like line tip to tip we form a square means that the thing that you're looking for or trying to think of is commonly found making a square. And it's not, it's just to tell you that if you put 4 arrows in a square, they form a square. But that doesn't give you any hint that they're arrows. It potentially gives you a hint that they're things that are straight, but I feel like that could have been left out of the riddle completely, and it would have been fine. Wingless flight is fine. I don't know, but no, we'll always stop to rest. I don't know how that was supposed to help you solve this riddle. Basically, a riddle should have all of the pieces that are confusing, but all of them are intricately put there to help you solve the riddle. A good riddle solver pays attention to every line, every word choice, and this riddle doesn't have any of that flair that I love from some of the best fantasy riddles that I've read. So, yeah, I'm not really going anywhere with that. I'm just saying that this riddle is shitty. It's shitty. You're welcome. Feel free to place your favorite bookish riddle down below. Day shifted into night. How would they know? They're underground. We already established earlier that Tobias had trouble telling even when it was day or night, so that it doesn't work. The healer lady tells Tobias, "You're the only man who's thanked me, who's even asked my name." So I'm guessing basically the prerequisites for this tournament are must be a giant asshole and then one nice guy. Not all men, guys. Hashtag only forget hashtag not all men. Hashtag only Tobias. I know I keep harping on these things, but it's a problem for me when characters are just like caricatures instead of characters. If you watch my other reviews, you'll know that I often compare poor characters to paper products. So this character is tissue paper, this character is cardboard. And I would definitely say that right now these characters are just paper. They're not even thick enough to be cardboard. They're just paper with a series of like very minor like traits written on them. Even Tobias because he is just the nice one. In a group of assholes, he is the nice one. And I'm waiting for him to like have something. He's an artist and that should be something, but so far that's not really given him anything to do aside from occasionally be mopey about not getting to paint. So we'll see. There's a lot of book left. So Layla has taken Tobias up to have a nice little romantic talk, their first really romantic talk. And so far I just don't feel any chemistry with these two. I don't understand why she is attracted to him, other than the fact that he's literally the only man who is treating her with any form of kindness. And that is tragic and sad, and I feel like that is a terrible reason for you to fall in love with someone, is because everyone else is a literal asshole and only one person was nice to you, and so that's the person that you're attracted to. Tobias sounds right now like every nice guy in the world. Okay, so I made it through chapter 8. It was okay. Chapter 8, for at least the first half of it, just kind of walked in place. And then the second half of it was really trying to kick off the romance between Tobias and Layla, which I'm really not feeling. As I mentioned, it definitely feels like a woman being attracted to literally the only guy who is nice to her, and the only reason that is because Jenna Moreci couldn't be bothered to write any characters with dimensions, and Tobias being all like, you know, oh yeah, the savior's pretty, but pretty isn't the only thing, and I'm just waiting for him to tell her she don't need to wear makeup, she looks pretty anyway. You know, that whole nice guy routine. And I know Tobias is an actual nice guy because Jenna has written him to just be the best. But it's kind of cringy to me. Obviously, your significant other should treat you well. That is like a very important thing. 100% agree that that is an important thing. But that is not the only thing you can hang a relationship on. You have to have similar interests. You have to, I don't know, you have to have chemistry, and I'm not feeling it. There's a lot that you have to have a successful relationship, and I feel like I can say that because I've been married for 11 years to a guy who A, treats me well, and B, has a lot of other things going on. So, yeah, I feel I'm rambling, I'm getting off topic. I'm gonna go preheat the oven and make myself some chicken nuggets, and I'll be back to read the next chapter, probably. Okay, let's get on to chapter 9, The Gift. Kinshi wants to steal my cheese. She's rude as fuck. What is even behind me? There's a notebook behind me. I put things on the back of the couch all the time. Chapter 9, let's go. Man, Caesar almost had a glimmering of something because they're in, one of their challenges seems to involve a baby pig. And Caesar's like, oh, it's just a baby pig, and he's patting it on the head. And then he's like, and then we could take it back up and fry it. And it's like, he almost had something, some inkling of something, and be like, he likes animals, cool. But instead it's like, he likes animals to eat, because he's still an asshole, and everyone's an asshole. I mean, I like animals to eat, I'm not even a vegetarian, but like, if I saw a baby pig, I would be like, petting it. I wouldn't be thinking about cooking it. Of course now it bit him, but he deserves it because he threatened to put it on a spit. They're all freaking out because the pig has fangs, but in reality pigs are so much worse than just having fangs. They have these two tusks, and when they grab you, they rip back and forth and shred flesh. Pigs are fucking dangerous animals, which is why you should be friends with them, not enemies. So now there's a whole bunch of pigs and they're all running from pigs, and I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be like a funny moment, but it just is really dumb. Like, who decided on this part of the tournament? I know, for a challenge, we'll send a bunch of angry pigs at them! Good call, give that man a raise. How does this help decide if you're a good husband for the savior? Does she really hate pigs? She has to know. Will you run from pigs or will you turn and face them? What is this? What is this challenge, you guys? What is this challenge? Is this whole chapter just going to be the running of the pigs? What have I gotten myself into? Is this a Crash Bandicoot level? I feel like this is some kind of weird twisted Crash Bandicoot level. Did Jenna play Crash Bandicoot and then just write this? Except for instead of a polar bear or anything like scary chasing our characters, we have pigs. So this description just baffles me. A single swine barreled at the front of the pack. This one was huge, its fangs like tusks. Pigs have tusks! Why would you take, and then like, okay, well maybe they were magically transformed to have fangs, but what? If you knew anything about pigs, you would know that they don't need fangs because they have tusks. In fact, you're probably safer with an animal that has fangs than you are with a pig with its tusks, because of the damage they can cause when they use those tusks to rip back and forth on your flesh. And clearly Jenna has done no research about pigs! And it bothers me when writers don't do their research. If you're gonna have a crazy pig room, you better research pigs, okay? Okay. Thank you. This has been my pig rant. I hope you enjoyed it. So after all of that pig nonsense, then there's just fire that chases them the rest of the way. What was the point of the pigs? And the pigs had everybody's, like, laurel written on their backs, so I thought the game meant you had to capture your own pig, and once you had the pig with your laurel on it, maybe you won. Like, you had to figure out that puzzle. But so far, it seems like you just had to run from pigs, and then from fire, and then you win? Okay, so I think they're on to their next challenge officially. So literally the last challenge was just run from pigs and then run from fire. And that is, as I've made clear, the most absurd thing I've ever heard of. I don't even have words for how ridiculous that was, and pointless, and what was that even? Maybe they're going to have to answer in the next section how many pigs had which people's names on them. Maybe? Still, pigs though. And then fire. And then why not just run from pigs the whole way? Like, why was there fire? This challenge really distresses me in its asinineness. Okay, so apparently, yeah, the next challenge has nothing to do with pigs. They're just supposed to make a gift for the savior. And I think that Tobias should go back into the labyrinth and catch a pig as a lovely pet. And maybe he will have to make a little muzzle for it, but I think this could work. So Tobias asked for a canvas, and they also brought him an easel. But he's having to use charcoal that he picked up off the floor. Couldn't he ask them for everything he needs to make a beautiful painting as a present, not just one thing? They just asked what he needed, I'm pretty sure. Unless he was only allowed to ask for one thing. I'm very confused by the rules. I will give it this. Okay, I'm about to say something nice. Tobias is having trouble figuring out what to draw. He's got some artist block going on, which totally happens if you're trying to, like, create something under pressure. Like, the second you're like, I got this, I'm gonna just create something, your brain just is like, nope. So, this is good. Every now and then I have to throw in a piece of praise, but after a scene like Run from Pigs, any praise will do. Whoa, okay. Tobias is just realizing, because he drew a picture of Layla without realizing that he was drawing Layla until he was literally finished, which is bullshit. And then he's like, wait, why did I draw Layla? Do I like Layla? Dude, my dude. You have gotten this far and you haven't realized that you kind of like her? What even is this? This is really unrealistic. This is like trying to have that awkward, again, this feels like a young adult book, because you see this in a lot of young adult books. That awkward teenage, I've never been in love before, what is this nonsense? And I'm just sick of that as well. Just sick of it. I'm sick of it. Welcome to Julian Grapes About Things. Hope you're enjoying your stay. He keeps drawing pictures of Layla without realizing he's drawing pictures of Layla, and again, that's never been a problem I've had. I've never been drawing and then been like, and didn't realize what I was drawing until I had finished it. Maybe some other people have that problem, but that is not the problem that I have. Other artists, does that ever happen to you? Do you ever just draw something and then realize that you've drawn a picture of your crush without realizing it until you were literally finished? So Tobias uses up all 4 canvases that he's been given, and he's like, what do I do? But the way that the canvases are described, they sound like they're not like stretched canvas, they're just more like pieces of paper of some kind, because he tears them off. So that makes me think it's more like paper and less like a proper canvas, stretched canvas on a wooden frame. So he could just use the back. Even if it was a stretched canvas, he could probably use the back. I don't understand why he's like, oh no, I accidentally drew 4 pictures of the girl that I liked somehow, and now I can't even use the back to try to draw a better picture. Like, he could just like cross out or scribble or completely turn black his Layla pictures and draw something else on the back. I don't understand. So now Tobias gets to have a fight in the next chapter, a fight to the death, which I don't really care about, because he's gonna win. He's gonna win. They're not gonna. Jenna Russi is not going to kill the main character this far into the book, so I'm not worried about the death match. But he's getting to show his drawings of Layla to Layla, and she is stroking his metaphorical artist cock, telling him that he is literally the most brilliant artist there ever is, and he must have an artist hard-on to beat them all, because wow. Alright, we've done it. We have reached chapter 10. What even happened in that last chapter? He failed to draw a picture. Wow. I don't know. This book is like steadily losing momentum for me. Maybe a nice death battle, which is happening in chapter 10, will be enough to get me back on board, but just not feeling it at the moment. I guess I'm going to stop now and go do something useful, and I will see all of you guys again in a couple of seconds, aka whenever I get back to reading more of this book. Hello, I am back looking sweaty and washed out, and also I'm in my bedroom because that is the only room in which we have a little cheap air conditioner, because everybody tells you about Wisconsin in winter, but nobody tells you about Wisconsin in summer. Wisconsin in summer is just as ridiculous as Wisconsin in winter. It is stupidly warm out right now. So, we're reading in the bedroom with a loud air conditioner, and y'all can just deal with it. You get my beautiful sweaty face, so this is the life that you live, this is what you put up with because you want me to continue reading The Savior's Champion. And the next chapter is called The Arena, so let's hope that it is an exciting one, you guys. Here we go, I got my pillows, I got my bunny. This is my childhood stuffed animal. So, I am all set and snug and ready to read. Go over there. So it's occurred to me that I really don't remember what happened in the last chapter. Tobias failed to make a painting, and He has, oh yeah, he has to fight some fucker. I remember now, because he didn't understand how painting works. Okay, let's just hope that Tobias gets horrifically killed and this turns into a very different book. Okay, this is a very small exchange, but what is this exchange? Flynn and Layla and Tobias are going over weapons, and Flynn said something kind of unobservant. Although I don't really understand it. He says you know a lot about weapons for a woman, and again, we don't really know what the standard is for women in this world. I mean, this kind of does help us know that it's pretty much the standard sort of fantasy world situation. But, yeah, anyway. Getting onto this assessment here. How observant you are, Layla said. Next you'll tell me my hair is brown. Flynn shrugged. I thought it was black. It's brown, Tobias glowered. What is this exchange? What does this do? What is this hair exchange? Do we need proof that Tobias knows that her hair is brown? What is this exchange? This is just like a tiny little thing that just stuck out as like, what does this serve? And of course we're going to have the stereotypical brute force versus intelligence and speed type of fight. All was a classic in your fantasy story. Definitely, I'm doubting it's going to be very original, but it doesn't necessarily, like, it's not, just because it's not original doesn't mean that it can't be fun to read, so we'll see. Apparently duels happen a lot. I thought maybe this was a rarity, but I guess they just happen, because in past tournaments there were glass walls, sinking sand, and once the men fought blindfolded. So I guess duels just happen? That's not what I was led to believe, but sure. We have another fairly standard moment where the girl turns out to be really good with weapons and she's going to be like training our hero. Again, it's pretty cliched, it's been done. Not that it can't be enjoyable in a book, but I'm really not feeling it. Layla feels like such a stock character to me. She's beautiful, she's skilled, she's sassy, she's the full package, and they try to make it sound like her flaw is that she's got like a smart mouth, but that's not really a flaw, so I think she's a little bit too perfect for me to like her. I like flawed characters, and I especially am picky about female characters, that they should be flawed. So both Flynn and Layla assume that Tobias would have had tutors and have never heard of a village. This seems like so random that they would have never even heard of a village. Like, nobility knows what villages are. Maybe they've never completely been in one, but they know of them. They understand that people grow up in villages. Here, Tobias has goosebumps everywhere that she touched, standing to attention obnoxiously. Are you sure it's your goosebumps that are standing to attention, Tobias? Are you sure it's your goosebumps, buddy? Here's a thought that I just randomly had. Why? What is the point in this narrative to have Layla, to have it be in their culture that women aren't warriors? Like, I can understand, like, you don't have to have it one or the other. You can have both in your fantasy book. You can have women who aren't warriors and women who are. And, like, what does it serve to have Layla be this character who's, like, surprise, she's also good at fighting? When you could have had a world where sometimes women are also warriors. I just, like, I'm not saying that would have been better, I'm just curious, like, why choose this world over that one? What does it do? What does it serve? I think what it serves is to just make Layla even more special, and we already established that I'm kind of done with her being the very best like no one ever was. Okay, this sounds like a video game tutorial. She's teaching him how to use the gladius that he will likely be given. The gladius holds a set function, but since it's likely your sole aid in this fight, we'll have to improvise. But it is used in a variety of ways. For this endeavor, your weapon will serve 3 purposes: to block, cut, and to thrust. Like, any second now she's going to tell him to block with the bumper and attack with the A button. By the way, I'm very old and I don't even know what, I can't think of what to call them, but the, like, LLB or whatever. We used to call that a bumper. Because I'm fucking old and I played video games when I was a child. So now Layla has decided that she's too short, so she is sitting on Flynn's shoulders. And no explanation is made of what she's doing with her skirt. So I'm just going to assume that her vag is basically pressing right up against the back of Flynn's head. With very little in between. I don't know what their underwear is like, but just judging by their other garments and what we're, I think, supposed to guess about their other garments, I'm going to guess that they don't really have underwear. So, as it was not addressed, I'm just going to assume that's what's going on. You have to make your own fun sometimes. This is something that Jenna did a lot in Eve the Awakening, and I haven't noticed it as much in this book, so I think she's really working on catching it in herself, but she did it here, and this is just like a little thing to remember for our own writing. Flynn knelt to the floor. To the floor is pretty redundant because really where else would he kneel? Most people don't kneel like halfway to the floor, so you could just say Flynn knelt. Now, we've got a nice training sequence going on here. Again, a very classic thing, nothing new or innovative going on really in this chapter at all. And I agree that it would be better for Tobias to have a little bit of preparation for tomorrow. But if it turns out that because of one training session that he is really good the next day, or like this training session is like the sole reason that he wins, because, I don't know, I'm going to be a little bit pissed off because one training session does not make you that good. But I agree it will help. So I guess we'll have to see what comes up in the battle, but again, there's just nothing new happening in this chapter. Everything is very predictable and by the numbers. This is just a fun little anecdote that I want to mention. I'm incredibly nerdy, and I do a LARP called Amtgard, which is more of a boffer sport. It's more about the fighting than it is about like dressing up in costumes and role-playing. There is some of that, but mostly we are there to hit each other with sticks, because that's fun. And there is a lot of skill involved in it. From the outside, it probably doesn't look that way, but it's a speed game and it's an accuracy game. And when newbies join the game, they have what we affectionately call newbie foo, where an experienced fighter will often be defeated by a newbie the first few times, not because the newbie is just like a natural and so good, but because the new player doesn't even know himself what he is going to do. It is impossible for the veteran player to predict it. And there's just a little sequence in here where Layla is basically explaining how Tobias is going to have to hope that his newbie foo saves him. And I just kind of appreciated that because that is like a thing that happens in my boffer sport. So, newbie foo, count on it, Tobias. It will save you in the end. I've got a weird little sequence that I'm not sure I understand, where Layla is telling Tobias what kill blows will be. The throat, the heart, and then she says, or deep in the belly, which might be a slow kill. But it will definitely incapacitate him. And then Tobias says it's as though she speaks from experience, which, I mean, if she knows how to fight, why would he necessarily be surprised that she knows how to kill? But, like, they have this weird moment, and I don't know what they're going for here. Is it implied that she... Is it just because that they're all shocked that she would have killed someone? Or is the belly thing a thing? Like, are they implying that she performed in a C-section or some kind of, like, abortion or something? Like, I don't understand. And I'm probably reading too much into it, but it's weird. But the good news is, break, we're almost to the fight where we can watch Tobias' newbie foo save the day. Layla's giving him a pep talk that basically ends, it ends with, there is no courage without fear, and I just was waiting for her to, like, grab his head and be like, fear is the mind killer, and go into that whole speech. Would have been great. Oh, it's not newbie foo that's gonna save Tobias, it's his magic girlfriend. So Layla just essentially gave him the blink ability. She just smeared some magic on his chest, and now he can, like, literally teleport by the sound of it. So that's exciting. So basically, most of their training last night was pointless because he'll just be able to teleport around his enemy. All he really needed to know how to do was kill him. You know? So there's that. This is weird. But okay, I'm on board, let's go. Pews. Cheering sounded from the pews? Pews are not something that I think of in an arena. Pews are in a church. They are not pews in an arena. They are seats. There are benches. So we finally get the explanation for the cover of this book. There's like a smear of crossed hands, and it's in blood, which I imagine will be in blood later, perhaps. But right now, she just smeared the magic clay over his chest in that pattern. The magic teleportation clay. So that, in case anyone was wondering about the cover, this is it. We have reached it. So they have filled the arena because they don't just want a death fight. They want a cool death fight. So they have filled the arena with mirrors, which seems dumb to me. Could the big giant guy not just knock them over or break them all? And I'm so confused by this. The thing that actually would bother me the most is running around in a bunch of mirrors on a sunny day. Is not that you would, like, run into your reflection or smash into a mirror or something. It would be that you would blind yourself with the reflections of the sun from the mirrors. But otherwise, what is the point of the mirrors? It's right up there with the pigs. Very odd choices. Could someone tell me if this is grammatically correct? The Savior, every time people refer to the Savior, they capitalize the her, as you would with God. You know, when we refer to God, we capitalize the him. You know, the H in him, I should say, usually, something that often happens. However, when Cosima refers to herself, Cosima being the Savior, refers to herself, they also capitalize me and my. And is that correct? I feel like it's not. Like, if God was talking about himself, does he capitalize me and my? Somebody in the comments, please let me know if that's a thing. This is stupid. This is just bad. So Tobias put himself in front of a mirror, and his reflection is bouncing across the arena. And his enemy, who literally watched him go behind this mirror, doesn't know which Tobias is real. So, now that he's figured out that he can teleport, which it took him a damn long time to remember, but finally Tobias is on board with this teleporting, and he has suddenly become Wesley from The Princess Bride, with his quippy mockery of his opponent. And we've not seen really any of this from Tobias before, so it does feel a little bit random that he's suddenly able to put on this super confident, quippy, sassy persona. Because even in every other situation he's been in, yeah, he's, you know, been a little bit sassy, but never like this. Tobias is really, he's using this teleportation now like crazy, willy-nilly, and he never asked if it would wear off. So he's really playing it risky. Like, I would be a little bit worried that this teleportation wouldn't last forever. I would use it a little bit more conservatively than he is using it. Tobias is also doing a lot of sprinting for a guy who is pretty injured not more than a few minutes ago. And a lot of books do this, but it drives me crazy when characters just, like, forget about their injuries because it's convenient for them to be badasses. And he doesn't even really have, like, I'm sure he's got some adrenaline, but before he was pretty much wiped out by these injuries, and now he's like, yep, sprinting, no big. I've got cash money that says Tobias won't kill this guy. Like, now that he has the advantage and he's injuring him a whole bunch, Tobias isn't going to kill him because Tobias is the only good man in the world. Let's find out, shall we? Oh, hey, wow. The book surprised me. It's official. Tobias stabbed a guy to death. Alright, well, here's your cash money. It is a dime. I never told you how much cash money I would give you. But, hey, you know, fair due. I was really prepared for Tobias to be the very best like no one ever was, and he just straight up murdered a man. So, I guess there's that. Straight up murdered a man while cheating using magic. Tobias, a whole new side of you. Why doesn't he use his Side note, his mother and sister have been brought here to watch the fight. And now that the fight is over, he could use his teleport powers to go hug his mom and sister, and I don't understand why he's not. Alright, we made it through that chapter. Not too many surprises that chapter, except for the last one. I did not expect that good old Toby would just straight up kill a man. I mean, granted that man would have killed him, but Toby had him pretty much done at the end, because he was just teleporting around and like cut. So he could have gone the nobler route. I'm not saying that would have necessarily been the best choice, but it was there. And I am really surprised that perfect Toby did murder a man. I don't know, it maybe feels a little bit out of character, but maybe because the guy was coming after him, maybe Toby would kill a man who was also trying to kill him, even if he was now cheating and had an extreme advantage over the guy. So, I don't know. What do you guys think? Comment below and let me know. And I will see you next time for Chapter 11, The Sovereign. Which I imagine he will get to meet the Sovereign. Okay, we're here again on another hot day to read another chapter of The Savior's Champion. Look at that. I might even be like getting close to halfway through. We're getting there. We're making progress. This chapter, chapter 11, is called The Sovereign, as you probably know because I probably said it like seconds ago. But here we are. We're back out in the living room. The fans are blowing. My hair is doing whatever the fuck my hair is doing. Let's do this. So Tobias won the fight in the last chapter, and they go back and there's a celebratory feast waiting for them, where they all just chow down and are swigging the wine, and clearly none of them remember what happened last time they were greedily eating and drinking. These people have absolutely no survival instincts. I would be hella suspicious of this feast at this point. One sort of unrelated thing that I wanted to bring up, because Layla has come back into this chapter, I went after Layla a little bit in a previous chapter, talking about how she was pretty bland, and, you know, she was doing that whole, I'm a woman, but I still fight in a society that doesn't expect women to fight. And I'm not saying that I always hate that trope when I see it. I just, like, I do enjoy that trope. In fact, I have written that trope. The thing that I like to do, though, if I write a woman who is like that, is, because she can seem too perfect. If she's good at both worlds, if she's good at being soft and feminine and courtly, and she's also good at being kick-ass and, you know, wielding the weapons, wearing the armor, then she's got to have something else. And I'm just thinking about, not that I'm saying I'm necessarily a better writer than Jenna, whatever, read my books and decide for yourself which you like better, but in my book, Boots, which is currently in the query process, my character of Joanna is a princess, and she is both. She gets you a girl who can do both. She can fight, but she can also wear the pretty dresses and dance. But the thing about Joanna is, because she has all of that physical sort of ability, I had to give her something, a flaw sort of mentally. I guess it could be called a mental flaw. She has a leap before you look personality, and she's super, super impulsive, and not in a fun way, in a way that gets herself and her friends in trouble, in a way that gets people she cares about hurt. So if you're going to have a character like this, who is like super, super good at these things, they need to have some kind of flaw. And at this point, it's kind of got to be a personality flaw. And Layla having the personality flaw of is kind of snarky and not everyone's cup of tea is not enough of a flaw for me. So that's why I was going with that. I know most of you do not care, but that's what I was going for. Okay, now, and I'm kind of confused by this, Tobias tried to follow Layla into the tents, because they have tents even though they're in a cave. And instead, he came upon Enzo and Xander, two characters I can't remember anything about. And Xander is giving Enzo a blowjob, which is fine. And of course, they're going to be all upset, like, oh no, he found out that we're bisexual or gay, potentially, and he's going to tell the savior or something. But, like, what does this serve? I feel like, unless this blowjob revelation is, like, a really important part of the story later, This feels like it's here to shock the reader and nothing else. Okay, so, Enzo, one of the people having sex, is smashing Tobias up against a wall, threatening him. And Tobias is not in horrible pain from the injuries he sustains. And for some reason, Tobias is not in horrible pain from the injuries he sustained in the arena. Did I miss a sentence somewhere where he got those injuries healed? Because otherwise he's just walking around with a gaping wound that we have completely forgotten about. And I hate when books do that. I hate when people just recover when the action scene is over. Grr. So we're having a brief conversation between Tobias and Layla about his killing of his opponent in the arena. And while they are both talking about Tobias being, like, mentally affected by killing someone for the first time, in Tobias's head, which we are privy to, he is having more thoughts of the blowjob he just witnessed and of the savior and possibly having to marry her. He's had no thoughts of the murder he just committed at all. So I don't think Tobias feels bad about it. I don't think he cares. Now, maybe we don't care, but playing it off that he's, like, mentally troubled by this when it is clear to the reader that he is not, I don't know. I don't know if Jenna is, like, trying for that, like he's saying something different than he's thinking, or if she just thinks that putting a few cursory sentences in is enough. I don't know. Which do you think it is, gentle viewers? So, the Sovereign has finally showed up in this chapter called The Sovereign, and he yelled at Tobias for having the Savior's blessing, and was like, why did my daughter give you her blessing? Do you have any idea? And Tobias is like, nope. And it made me wonder, like, wouldn't the Sovereign ask his daughter? And if he did, wouldn't she say, I didn't? I don't know where he got the blessing from. I don't even like this guy. I mean, maybe he did, and he doesn't think that's true, but then, like, why wouldn't he bring it up? It doesn't make a lot of sense. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Maybe it's going to be a plot point later. I don't know. I don't know. That blowjob better be a plot point later. That's all I have to say. You just made me watch a blowjob happen, so... Okay, so I finished that chapter. I'm not gonna lie, I skimmed a little bit. Not a lot, but I did skim, because that chapter just really didn't have a lot to interest me. We've kind of gotten away from death matches, at least ones that make any sense, and we're on to sort of the love story, and the love story between these two people. Just neither of them are characters that are really doing anything for me. They're, like, Tobias is just Tobias. Tobias is just Tobias, and Layla, like I said, is a little bit too much. So, not feeling their love story all that much. I definitely think this... I'm not super surprised by that, because love stories just aren't one of the main reasons that I read books, and I knew that a romance was going to be a large part of this book, so it's not a big surprise that, like, I'm skimming the romance stuff. Kind of expected to do that. If romance is a lot more your thing, you might like this a lot more. Tobias had a wet dream, so that's a thing. The part with the Sovereign is really, really short, and this chapter should have been called, like, Wet Dream, not Sovereign, because I think Tobias's penis got more attention than the Sovereign in this chapter. But anyway, those are my thoughts, and we'll just keep on going, because we're getting there. It's taking us a minute, but we're getting there. Hey everybody, welcome back. I spent my day yesterday LARPing. What did you do with your day? And we're back to read some more of Savior's Champion. That's the name of this book. So let's just get right down to it. Chapter 12 is called The Reward, where I'm sure that old Toby gets to go visit the Savior and be super judgy of her, even though he literally knows nothing about her or her life or her challenges. Let's find out, shall we? Okay, Tobias says he is nauseated by being in the presence of Cosima. Twice now. Nauseated. He doesn't even know this woman, and her very presence makes him sick. Really, Tobias? Really? Like, you can like one woman and find another one attractive. You can like one woman and enjoy another woman's company. Like, just because he's into Layla doesn't mean that he has to loathe every second he's with Cosima. He doesn't know this woman at all, and he's not giving her any benefit of a doubt. Now, I'm sure she's going to turn out to be a terrible person, but like, let's be real, we don't have much proof of that so far. And Tobias is being a big old dick, just sitting here being Mr. Judgy Pants over a woman he does not even know. Uncomfortable, okay, I can understand. Nauseated and bored. You're being a dick right now, Tobias. Okay, and of course now Cosima is coming on to him, and we're supposed to be disgusted as well. But look at it from her point of view. She thinks that he just basically read her, or spoke to her, this beautiful poem about his feelings, and now they have to go on a date together. And she might just be, like, a creepy rapist lady, or she might believe that this is what she has to do. She might believe that this is her role. He read me a poem, so now I'm supposed to come on to him. That's just how this works. Tobias is giving no benefit of the doubt for this woman at all. Hey, it's Julian from the future real quick. For those of you who are following this and have not read the book, this might be a little bit confusing. I talked about a poem that Tobias read, and you're like, what poem? When he failed to paint the pictures, he just made up a poem on the spot, which of course was also about Layla, but he spoke it to Cosima, and she was charmed. So that's where the poem came from. I keep skipping stuff that doesn't seem important, and then I bring it up later. Sorry about that. And now Tobias's meetup with the Savior is over. And she didn't force him to have sex. She backed off politely when asked, so that's good. And she seems like a perfectly reasonable human being who maybe was raised in a very strict, certain way and had a lot of expectations placed on her. We don't really still get much from her. It's like we're intentionally not supposed to find out if she's a human being or not, because Tobias does spend a lot more time with her having conversation, apparently, but we don't get to hear it. We just skip that. So knowing who she is and what kind of person she is apparently not important to the story, which, I don't know, I feel like maybe it should be a little bit more important. Oh, of course, and now Layla is salty because Tobias got to go see Cosima, and of course she's all jelly now, and acting like it's totally Tobias's fault, even though he's in no control of any of this. And I think it's because Layla's supposed to be this insecure girl. She don't know she's beautiful. That whole thing. We gotta have some kind of conflict in the romance. It might as well be a predictable one. Okay, this is a weird scene. So Layla is over treating some other people's injuries, and some of the guys are, of course, being total pigs, as you do, and like grabbing her butt and, putting their head over her shoulder and probably grabbing her boobs and just generally being horrible people. And Tobias is like, I should save her. And then he's like, she told me to leave her alone, which is like two fucking romance tropes in the same fucking place, because there's the must save a girl from being assaulted by other bad men, and also the she told me to leave her alone misunderstanding, where I don't think she meant leave me alone when I'm being attacked. It's like two tropes for the price of one here, and they're contradicting each other, which is interesting, and I'm curious to see which will win. This is interesting. So Tobias never solves either of his problems, really. He doesn't come to her rescue, and he does continue to have the misunderstanding about what she meant by leave me alone. And instead, Layla just murdered a man. So that sure is a thing. She just shoved him into like a bottomless pit because he grabbed her boob. Now, granted, we would all probably be cheering in this moment if a girl was being sexually harassed and she shoved a man down a bottomless pit. But at the same time, it's an odd plot point, and it made me wonder a lot of things about this world. Apparently, it is okay for a woman to defend herself by shoving a man down a bottomless pit. That's good. But it's not okay for her to ask for a guard or two to help her out so that the men would stop grabbing her boobs. She's basically left alone to be molested until she gets so molested that she will murder. And I feel like a lot of that could be prevented if A, they didn't pick complete and total assholes for these games, and B, if you must have gropey assholes in your game, assign some guards to the women who have to go be around these gropey assholes so that she doesn't have to get groped at all and no one has to be pushed down a bottomless pit. Like, there's two bad things that happened here and neither of them had to happen. This world confuses me a little bit. A lot. It confuses me a lot. It doesn't make a lot of sense, but maybe it's not supposed to be logical. Maybe that's the point. We are on to chapter 13, which is called The Game, which happens to be the name of a book that I am working on writing right now. That also has a death match in it, so that's cool, but otherwise very little in common with this. And I will leave you all here, because I have shit to do today, and I'll see you next time. Bye. Hey guys, I'm back with more of Jenna Moressi's The Savior's Champion. It's been like 2 weeks since I read this fucking thing, but Jane is here looking fucking comfortable. And I have been playing Persona 5, and honestly, I'm enjoying that story way more than this one. But I might try to get through 2 chapters today, beginning with chapter 13, The Game, which by the way is the working title of a book that I, as of filming, have in the beta process. So, Chapter 13, The Game. What a pointless sentence. It starts out with a really fucking pointless sentence that could completely be eliminated and nothing would happen. Enzo stared long and hard at his cards before making a move, or at least Tobias assumed so, as he wasn't paying attention. That's weak. That's weak, guys. By the way, guys, I'm wearing strawberry harem pants. They just have strawberries on them, and they're so fucking comfortable, you can't even understand. They're very comfortable. One thing I have noticed is that nobody seems to ever bathe. They just get oiled up. Like, is it ever mentioned, did I miss it, where they bathe after any of these competitions, or are they just the most disgusting, sweaty, blood-encrusted dudes covered in oil running around in a cave? That could be. That could be. Wow. Tobias, you are a shithead. There's still a giant death pit, like, in the middle of their camp, where Layla pushed a man to his death, and Tobias wasn't concerned about Neil's death. To him, that pit was a reminder of Layla walking away without so much as a glance in his direction. So Tobias, who's supposedly a very good man who doesn't want people to die, just watched a man die, and he's like, does my girlfriend still like me? Tobias, my bro, sort out your priorities. There's a death pit in the middle of your camp, but yeah, let's be worried about your girlfriend. And now they're peeing together. Wow, I have not even gotten through this page, and I hate everything. Now we're watching Tobias pee. Why? Did this book annoy me so much up until this point, or is like this is the turning point where everything that is written is just making me so upset for no reason? Apparently, also, they just pee up against a wall. Is there a trough? Does the pee get taken away, or is this just a wall and floor that is covered in crusty piss? This place is getting more charming by the second. Oh, you guys, I forgot to tell you my theory. I'm just doing anything I can to interrupt this terrible chapter. So I have heard through the grapevine, although I haven't been spoiled as to what it is, that this book has a twist at the end. I don't know if it has like a twist ending or just a twist that comes at the end. I heard there is a twist. Now, this book was doing a pretty good job of convincing me that it was just going to be a straightforward book that didn't have any twists. I don't know if that's good or bad, but it was doing a pretty good job. And now that I know there's a twist, let's see if I can guess what it is. And I have not looked up any of what the twist might be and not spoiled myself for that. So my guess is that Layla is the savior. And she is giving her power over to Cosima so that Cosima can seem extra sexy and glowy and pretty and everything like that. And I think a hint that we might be given is that we never see Layla in the sun, because I believe the savior glows in the sunlight, and Cosima is never in the sun. Also, Cosima has like super, super pale skin, and yeah, that's my theory. I'm gonna be very, very surprised if Cosima is not the savior. Hey guys, since I know that some of you listen to this and don't actually watch it, I fucked up. Just assume that every time I said Cosima just now, I meant Layla. Okay, thanks, bye. I'm still waiting to find out what was up with the beginning of this book. This book has a prologue, and some of you may know how I feel about prologues. And like, so far, I feel like you could chop off that prologue and it would not have any effect on the story. We'll see if that has anything to do with the ending. Otherwise, good rule of thumb, if you could chop your prologue off the story and it wouldn't really change anything, you don't need a prologue. So you guys, it's no secret if you've been watching this that I have been unimpressed with the challenges. And now this one is just the memory match game that they have been playing together. Kinshu is here. That they have been playing together in their camp. It's memory match. A children's game. Now, I'm sure that there will be dangerous things happening to you if you fuck up, but still. Yeah. So if they fuck up, a mallet comes down and hits them. Like this is a cartoon. They're playing a children's game, and if they fail, a mallet literally comes down and hits them. Sure. Oh, this is fine. This is fine. This isn't stupid at all. So Tobias needs to lose this card matching game because the people who win get to go spend the day with the Savior, and the person who loses gets to go back to the sanctuary, well, where, of course, Layla will visit him. And this is super easy to do. All he has to do is get one thing wrong, and he's the ultimate loser, which seems really fast and convenient, and wouldn't they have to keep playing and eventually, like, figure out who was the ultimate loser overall? It's just, no, he was the first one to guess it wrong, so he's the ultimate loser. It's very clear that Jenna did not give this challenge much thought. It was just a means to an end to getting Tobias back for a romantic scene with Layla. I can see the threads in this book, and I'm not loving it. Like, sometimes, you know, you can see the author's intentions and moves, and you feel like, yay, I'm liking this, I can see what they're trying to do. And sometimes you're just like, I can see where they cut corners, I can see where they were lazy. And that's what this moment feels like to me. By the way, if I look out the window, there's a window there, and there are adorable birds on my bird feeder, so I'm kind of, half the time I'm kind of talking to the adorable birds, and can you blame me? Oh, here's a little hint from my theory. Tobias is finally telling Layla about his time with the Savior, because Layla had assumed they had sex, because Layla is a jealous person like that. And so Tobias is like, oh, she called me artist the whole time, and Layla's like, oh, I know how that feels. Almost as though her sisters would be calling her the Savior the whole time. Okay. Oh, she didn't even think they had sex. She just thought they kissed. Wow, Layla, settle the fuck down. So they're supposed to be sharing like cute stories of their first kiss, and Toby's first kiss was sexual assault, so, you know, there's that. But let's play that off as cute, as an older girl pinned him to the wall and forced her tongue down his throat. No, that's a cute, endearing story. But I don't understand, because Tobias is like, well, I'm probably going to die here because I either die or I win and marry the Savior. And like, I feel like that wasn't my understanding of this competition when I started this book. Like, sure, there would be people who die in this competition, but not everyone would, and you could get out of this alive and still not marry the Savior. And I guess I don't understand why everyone else needs to die and then one person married the Savior. Like, can't some of them just leave? Okay, with the hints that they're throwing out in this chapter, Layla is 100% the real Savior. There is a little bit of consent before kiss, which I do like to see in a story. Tobias, basically asks if he can kiss her, and she seems down. She doesn't explicitly say yes, but I think it is pretty clear that she's saying yes. It would be nicer if she explicitly said yes, but consent before kiss, at least your first kiss, is a good idea. And it can be very sexy and very sweet, so don't just be like, ew, I'll be such a nerd if I ask for consent before our first kiss. No, man, do it. It's hot. So that's the end of chapter 13, and then I'll be on to chapter 14 right away. I still have an hour and 23 minutes left on my camera. I spent about 30 minutes reading that chapter, and it felt like longer because I did not enjoy that chapter at all. Like I said, I could see the seams in Jenna's work, and I'm just like so bored of the romance. Like, I'm not a romance person to begin with, so that's kind of my fault. If you are into romance, you might not be as bored with it. But yeah, so that was a pretty torturous chapter for me to read. I'm pretty damn certain that Layla is the savior, which again, a lot of things in this don't make any sense, because if she is the savior, like, and she's put in there to actually find her true love or whatever, what if she finds somebody she likes and then he, like, dies immediately? What if somebody else kicks him down the bottomless pit that's in the fucking middle of their camp? What then? Like I said, I will be very surprised at this point if she is not the savior. But we will see. Maybe there is a totally different twist waiting for me at the end. But let's get on to chapter 14, which is titled The Keys. So today's challenge, they're on to a new challenge right away, is a collection game where they have to climb down a cliff and then gather up a bunch of keys that are apparently scattered around at the bottom. Because they're the keys to the Savior's heart. I really feel like Jenna ran out of ideas for challenges several challenges ago, like before the pig one. She's out of ideas. The pig one was the sign. So, okay, at the bottom of the ravine is water, which I didn't understand to be deep water until somebody dove in and they just, you know, kept swimming. And so they basically have to dive, like kids diving in a swimming pool for those little diving toys that you throw in for the keys. But there's an eel in the water, and the second they said that, all I could think was,
You know what that sound is, Highness? Those are the shrieking eels.
And I will never unthink that now. So you're welcome for putting that in your brain. Tobias is like describing them. He says, monsters, eels or something, but with teeth. Some eels have teeth normally. But okay. So Tobias has a glowing handprint on his chest when he's swimming down, and so the eels don't try to eat him. Because he's been blessed by the Savior again. And he's like, oh, Cosima touched me on the chest when I visited her, so that must have been my blessing. Yeah, except for the part where he was also touched on the chest by Layla, even more recently than that. So I think my theory is just gaining more and more traction. Somebody else has died. Somebody we don't care about. I immediately in my head I was like, and another one gone, and another one gone, and another one bites the dust. Okay, maybe he's not quite gone, because Tobias has decided. Tobias, who randomly, like, tries to kill people, has also decided to randomly try to save people. So he is now trying to save Rando Guy, who we don't care about. Tobias is trying to throw this competition as well, and this time I'm not really sure why. I guess he just doesn't want to win anymore? But then he dies, so I'm confused. I'm confused a lot with this book. Wow. 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 Tobias has the worst taste anyone I have read in a long time. So, the guy that Tobias tried to save is like bleeding to death, but the competition is over, and so Layla drags bleeding to death guy into a tent to be taken care of. And Tobias, like, sneaks in behind her. And he has several keys in his pockets because he wanted to lose the competition, so he hid the keys in his pockets. Because apparently whatever he's wearing has pockets. And then, while Layla is trying to save a man who is bleeding to death, he puts the keys in her healing pouch and writes a little note to her that says his feelings haven't changed. Tobias is thinking with his dick while a man is bleeding to death. A man that previously Tobias cared about because he saved his ass. What is wrong with Tobias? What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? It's like, if Tobias can do something to forward his romance, nothing else in his life matters. There's no such thing as bad timing or bad taste. Tobias is just like, oh, what, you're dying? Never mind, I'm gonna leave a cute note for my girlfriend. Tobias, you are an ass, and I will not change my opinion on this. So, those were those two chapters, and now I'm going to go back to playing video games, because I'm having way more fun doing that. I hope that some of you are still enjoying this. Probably it's a series by now, and eventually I will make it through this book. I am over halfway by just a little bit, so this is real. Wish me luck. Hey guys, it's me again. I know it's dark, and I know I look like this, but I have a giant bag of peanut M&Ms. I have Jane, and I have Jenna Moressi's book, The Savior's Champion. Because we're just gonna keep going. Let's spell my M&Ms, Jane. We're just gonna keep fucking going. I don't have time for this, but I'm gonna do it. But we're just gonna get right to chapter 15. Chapter 15 of this book is called The Dog. So we had pigs. I really, really hope that there is a dog happening. Please tell me that there's a dog and that it doesn't die. We'll find out. One thing I noticed, you remember at the beginning of this book, Tobias had a friend who was kind of obnoxious. Then that friend died horribly to make Tobias a sad, sad panda. And then he got a new friend, who I did predict was going to die, and he hasn't died yet. I'm pretty sure he's going to be dead by the end. But he got a new friend in the form of, Flynn. And I realized they're the same person. Flynn has the exact fucking same personality as the previous friend. Could have kept the first friend. This bit is kind of just romantic fluff, so I don't have much to say. They're being real romancy. So I guess this chapter is called The Dog because one of the contestants is called The Dog, I think. That's like his laurel. And so Tobias and Layla were getting all makey-outy. Nigel is here and he's completely got rid of my light. Tobias and Layla were getting all makey-outy, and then of course somebody comes walking in, and it's that guy. And I believe, I have trouble keeping track of these characters because they're not very well done. I believe that it was one of the guys who was engaging in a blowjob the other day, which Tobias said he would not tell anyone about. So now this guy is like, oh, you guys have your romantic moment, I'll stand guard outside. Thank goodness we had that scene. The book could not go on without the blowjob scene and the subsequent guy wanders in on Tobias scene. Thank goodness. Tobias was really mad at Flynn, and I cannot remember why. What did Flynn do in the last challenge? He just like blabbed about Tobias being blessed, I think. And Tobias is just like, fucking Flynn, I hate that guy. I don't want to ever be with him again. And I'm like, is it really worth you deciding fuck him? Because he did one thing that you didn't like. We've got a pretty cliche scene going on. Tobias and 3 other guys have been sent down a tunnel, which has a deadly obstacle waiting for them, and they can't figure out how to get around this deadly obstacle. And so the 3 guys are arguing, and they're all having this arguing fit, and Tobias, meanwhile, has come up with the solution. He's like, guys, and they're like, argue, and he's like, guys, and they're argue, guys. That scene that you've seen a million times, and you can, like, hear it in your head just having it described, that is what is happening right now. Oh, someone else is dead. It's Xander. We all cared a lot about Xander. Or we wanted him dead. I can't remember if we liked him or hated him, because I cannot keep track. Oh no, I understand what's going on now. I cannot keep track of these people. So the guy who was killed was the blowjob buddy of, Caesar? No. Enzo? Yes. Was the blowjob buddy of Enzo, who was beating up Caesar for killing Xander. I cannot keep track of these characters, you guys. Maybe I'm just bad at this. Did anyone else have an easier time? Sometimes I fully admit that if there are a lot of characters, I have trouble keeping track of them. That's a me thing. But I also feel like, who are these people, and why should I remember them? So they're all fucking murderers, including our good guys, including Tobias and Layla. Which I guess, I mean, they deserve each other if they are both willing to be complicit in the taking of a human life. So I guess if that's what they're into, that's what they're into. We have reached the end of that chapter, and I'm going to have to stop and make some space on my camera. But then I'm probably just going to keep reading tonight the next chapter, because I want to get through this damn book sometime before I'm dead. Okay, I made more space on my camera. Still got my M&Ms. My Nigel, and my bad lighting, and we are going to read Chapter 16 of The Savior's Champion, entitled The Garden. Now, as you recall from the last chapter, because I just read it, Tobias helped kill a man, and so did Layla. So they deserve each other, because they're both fucking murderers. I'm not necessarily saying that's a bad thing, that's kind of this book. You kind of have to be a murderer. But at the same time, I don't know, they're supposed to be the good guys. Maybe good guys shouldn't be quite so murdery. I guess in the right circumstances, I do like a murdery good guy. Like, I love books about assassins where people actually are assassinated. Give me that shit. But Tobias is not an assassin, or a hired murderer, or anything, and Layla's supposed to be a healer. So, I have a little bit more trouble with their level of murderiness. But, moving on. But the good news is we're getting out of this labyrinth. We will no longer be in the Labyrinth, aka a tunnel. Now they're being chased through a garden by weeping angels. I am not kidding. That's basically exactly what is happening, and I don't know how to feel right now. I want to know what they would do, because they're in this dangerous statue garden where these angel statues are trying to kill them. What would the people running this tournament do if the statues killed all of them? Because this seems like the least controlled of any. I mean, the pig one wasn't very controlled either, but the statues could just kill everyone. So apparently only one guy fucking died in the scary statue attack garden, which is pretty impressive because those statues were really aggressive and angry. Like, you had to not look them in the eye and they wouldn't attack you, but they would still, like, come after you and grab you, and so I don't understand how more people didn't die, and I don't understand what would have happened if the statues had just killed everyone. Because Tobias had insider knowledge that he wasn't supposed to look at the statues because, you know, he's dating a girl who knows all of this stuff about the tournament. So she told him, because he's a cheater pants. He told his friends, but still, more people probably should have died, I feel like, in the evil statue garden. Anyway, we are done. We are on chapter 17. We're getting there. We're making some headway. It doesn't feel like it. It feels like this book goes on forever. So, I am determined, though, you guys. I am determined to see this through for you. It just might take me a few years. Anyway, thanks for watching it, and I'll see you in a couple seconds, probably. Hey, we're back again. Kinju is also here. She really wants to sit on the book. That was in my lap. So I'm not going to let her do that because we're going to read it. I have like half an hour before my husband gets home. So let's just try to get through chapter 17, The Welcoming. If you recall, in the last chapter, we legitimately fought weeping angels. So that's a thing. Kinshu, you need to find your chill. Mummy's going to read. Try to. So, Tobias and Orion, who I've already forgotten which one Orion is, because why would I remember, are now in the palace, and it's all very lavish, and there are servant girls everywhere. And they're supposed to report to, I think, like, the throne room or some shit, but nobody guides them. The servant is just like, hey, go there. And then Tobias and Orion arrive late because they were wandering around. Wouldn't it have been smart to send a guide? This palace seems poorly run, especially like, okay, could not Tobias and Orion have caused a lot of havoc without a guide or someone to keep an eye on them? Just putting that out there. Palace owners, people who run palaces. Is there a butler? Do palaces have butlers? Like, who is the head servant in a palace? I need to know. For a friend. Yeah, now they've met kind of one of the head servants, and she's like, you'll have access to all of the public rooms. But like, before they even got this speech, they were wandering around the palace, so this seems poorly planned. I'm pretty sure that the scene where Tobias and Orion wake up and then wander around only exists so that we can see that Tobias has been given the gift of an easel and Orion has been given the gift of a bow and arrow. I really hope those come back later, otherwise the scene where they wake up and wander the palace is legitimately pointless and could have been completely cut out. And I know that seems harsh, but like that's what I'm doing in my own book right now, is cutting out big chunks that don't need to be there, so that if it doesn't come up later, that scene could have been deleted wholesale and just started up with them like going in to meet their friends in the palace. We didn't need to watch him wake up. We didn't need to watch him get lost. So Tobias is assigned 4 servant girls whose names I am not going to remember. And I doubt it's important. They might as well have been named 1, 2, 3, and 4. And for some reason, they are fangirling over him so hard. And I don't really know why they didn't fangirl over anybody else. I guess maybe I know why. It's probably because they know who the real savior is, and they know that the real savior is in love with Tobias. So they're like, oh, he's the one that she's after, so we're going to fangirl over him. So maybe that's just another hint that my theory is correct. Otherwise, Tobias, and this is just a description thing, he goes into the bathhouse, and it says the air became clammy, ripe with the scent of honey and lavender. Would the air in a bathhouse be clammy? Wouldn't it be warm and humid? I'm confused by that description. This was all just an excuse for me to point out a crappy description, guys. I'm not gonna lie. You know what these servants remind me of? Future me, would you play a clip from Monty Python and the Holy Grail? You know the one.
Hello. Hello.
This is just a scene that exists for like the physical comedy of Tobias once again being violated physically by women touching his man parts and his butt. I could do without this personally. Maybe this is some people's jam. Oh my gosh, this conversation is so vapid. Why am I reading this? Why? They're talking about cutting his hair. Let me just read you some of this nonsense. So they're talking about cutting his hair. Yes, leave some length on top, the tattooed woman added. Give her something to grab in the throes of passion. Damaris giggled. Oh, Fawn, you're bad. Fawn, the slender woman with brown braided hair, a freckled nose, and black ink decorating her tawny arms. Tobias took pride that he had made sense of the girls, even if everything they said still baffled him. Same Tobias. We don't know if she's a grabber. Hemera peered over Tobias' shoulder, looking him in the eye. Is she a grabber? All women are grabbers if you please them right, Fawn winked. Well then, are you properly skilled at pleasuring a woman? Hemera, you can't just ask him if he can pleasure a woman. Why am I reading this? What is this? What is this? I'm all for banter, but this is not banter between characters I care about. This does nothing. This is fluff. Why am I reading this? Oh, good. They're probably gonna teach him how to dance now. Yay. They're teaching him to box waltz. That's how bland this kingdom is. They fucking box waltz. The entire first half of this chapter was nothing. It was like eating cotton candy. Not even good cotton candy, like a flavor of cotton candy that you hate. Because I hated it. And it had no substance. And it was bad for me. Oh. We have the promiscuous lesbian trope going on here. I don't know if it's that big of a trope, but it is something that I've heard people complain about. Delphi is a lesbian, and she's had sex with a lot of the women in the palace, and she's bragging about it. Which, I mean, that's fine, but it's not great. Wow. He has been dancing and being romantic with Layla for several pages, and it's just like wading through a swamp of nothing. If you're into their romance, this is probably like sweet, sweet candy for you, but I cannot be arsed to care. This chapter, I'm gonna fall asleep. And Tobias continues to be the world's biggest dick to Cosima for no reason. Just because she's not the girl that you fancy doesn't mean you have to treat her like trash, Tobias. She's like, care to dance? And he's like, bitch, whatever. And he is like, I won't even look at you or talk to you or anything. Tobias, you're an ass. Quick note from Julian from the future. Commenters have mentioned that perhaps Tobias is an ass to Cosima because he blames her for the whole tournament situation, which, Tobias, you did enter of your own volition. But anyway, it is 100% obvious to me that the Savior has nothing to do with it, and it is all the Sovereign. It's even called the Sovereign's Tournament. But no, Tobias, continue to be an idiot and blame this girl who probably almost certainly has nothing to do with any of it. But then again, Tobias is just kind of a dummy and blind about things, so maybe he's just derpy enough to not realize that it isn't her fault. At least he has finally started to talk to her now like a person. It took him a little while, but he did look at her long enough to notice that she was looking over his shoulder. So you don't get any points for that, Tobias, because you're still like thinking that she's garbage, but you know, at least you're talking to her. And then at the very end of the chapter, the Sovereign, who is the Savior's father, shows up and is all like, "Stay away from my daughter, you are not what she needs." And we all know at this point, like, I'm going to be real surprised if this twist is not what it seems like, because at this point it feels like little babies not even born to this world can understand what this twist is going to be. But you never know, maybe the twist is that there isn't a twist. I don't know, but we made it through this chapter, this whole big chapter of nothing. Thanks, I hated it. I'll see you guys, wait, what's the next chapter called? I'll see you guys in a couple seconds or whatever for the next chapter called The Reverence. Yay. Hey fam, we're back. I have popcorn. I have soda. I have Jane, who thinks he wants my popcorn. I'm going to try to steal it. I'm going to read at least one more chapter. This thing. If anyone has been curious what this notebook is, back here, this is my writing notebook, because this is where I sit to write, and I just use the back of the couch as a shelf where my notebook lives. So, yep. Let's read. Chapter 18, The Reverence. If you remember, I thought that the previous chapter was a load of shit. So far this chapter's there's really not much to report. It's just sort of like, get ready for tomorrow's thing. I don't want to get ready for tomorrow's thing. I'm gonna win the competition. No, I'm gonna win the competition. I don't care. Apparently Tobias is a favorite of the people as well, because Tobias is the best. Somehow. I don't know how the people know anything about Tobias enough to decide that he's their favorite. Except for maybe because they all know his mom. I don't know. Okay, so the people have bonded with Tobias because of all of his great deeds, except for they didn't see any of those great deeds. Now maybe somehow people are magically watching these great deeds and like a report is going out or something, but I'm dubious. Don't you just love Tobias? Isn't he just the best one? No? None of them are the best one. They're kind of all eh. This is so Tobias can show how humble he is again. Because he doesn't want all these accolades and laurels and stuff. He just wants to just like go do his own thing. What a good man he is. Tobias has decided to be upset again about being treated like an animal. He just periodically gets upset about this. It's pretty normal for him. So Tobias is bonding with Orion. And I couldn't tell you a damn thing about Orion. I don't remember what he looks like. I don't remember what he stands for. I think he's the prince. I think Tobias saved him one time, but like he's not a character. He's not a person. He's a name. None of these side characters feel like people that we can get to know and love and form attachments to. And half the fun of a book with a large cast is bonding with the side characters. And none of these people are people you can bond with. The closest we have is his friend whose characteristic is annoying. So Tobias just made his awesome entrance where his buddy Orion like knelt down, and then Tobias got a running start and like ran up Orion's back and then jumped off and did a double flip. And I was just like, why does he know how to do a double flip? I mean, I guess perhaps they trained to do that last night. It just seems super random that that's like what he went with. As the artist, that's what he went with. So, of course, Tobias is the favorite. The cheering is shot higher, and Tobias stepped forward, tolerating the glory rather than coveting it. Oh, Tobias, you are the very best. If only we could be as morally superior as you. Oh, now all the women in the crowd have got their tits out for him. Wow, Tobias, your life is so hard. Oh, I did not understand this. Apparently they are in this, like, the crowd is just right there with them. I thought that they were in, like, an arena type thing again, where the crowd would be up and able to see them, like, from above, but apparently they're just right there. They're all on the same grassy plain or room. I wasn't paying attention if it was ever described, but Tobias saw his mother in the crowd, and he's just running straight for her. So apparently there's just guards between him and the crowds. How is everyone able to see? Poorly planned. Much of this is poorly planned and continues to be so. Apparently his sister has finally gotten some sort of mobility aid, a little cart that she can move around in, so that's good, I guess. I don't know why she didn't get one until now, except for Tobias's old painting master has become a character literally right now, and I think he's dating Tobias's mom for some reason. So maybe he gave her little cart. Alright, well this was a blessedly short chapter. The next one is called The Rose. I hope there's a rose ceremony like The Bachelor. This was a pretty pointless chapter. Honestly, I feel like you could cut this chapter out and you wouldn't miss much. More Tobias being salty. He's already been plenty salty, so we don't need more. We get it. Tobias bonding with Orion, who is a non-person, but maybe we need to bond with him a little bit because he's going to be killed very soon. The wrapping up of whether Tobias' sister will ever get a little cart, which was not a side plot that I thought was even a thing, but I guess it's good to know what's going on. And at the very end, possibly the only reason that this chapter exists, that being for Kaleo, the bully character, to mock Tobias for his sister having a disability. And that's it. And I really feel like we could have just left all of it out, chop out this chapter wholesale, and I don't think we would have missed much of anything that we hadn't already gotten from previous chapters. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little salty. I'm even wearing the shirt that says salt. Jenna likes to say that pantsers, like myself, hence the salt, have a lot of useless scenes, write a lot of scenes that don't matter. And she, as a plotter, would naturally not do that. But I disagree. I think she's got at least a couple of scenes in here that don't matter. Now, as I say, I have not reached the end of the book, so perhaps these scenes were crucial, but I feel like this last one was super duper not. But we'll see. We will see. It's probably just me being judgy and me being salty, and if you're insulted by that on Jenna's behalf, good for you. You've made it this far, so I'm gonna think you're pretty thick-skinned as far as the criticism of Jenna goes. She recently did a video where she talked about mistakes that newbie writers make or whatever, and she kind of mentioned that pantsers have this problem with having like useless scenes in the middle of their book, kind of implying that plotters like her do not somehow. And it's just not true. Pantsing and plotting is just two different ways to write books. It doesn't make one automatically like superior to the other. In fact, I'm going to go off on a tangent, so I'm sorry. A lot of people say that pantsers have to edit more later. And while that is definitely true of some pantsers, that's not true of all pantsers. We are all different, and our writing is different. Watch out for blanket statements, I guess, is where this whole rant was going. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I will see you again with the next chapter, The Rose. Hey, we're back for more of The Savior's Champion, and does this book end? Does it have an end? Kinshu is here, by the way. I just don't know, like, what more needs to happen in the plot? What more needs to happen? Like, the other guys need to die. but couldn't Layla just kick them all down a hole and we just get done with this book? Like, I can't think of more plot things that need to happen. I already guessed the twist, so we've definitely got enough foreshadowing for the twist. What else is left? I guess we'll find out. I mean, and Layla and Toby are already, like, in a relationship, and maybe we haven't gotten to the part of the relationship where they have their misunderstanding. We'll see if Jenna goes with that trope. They have their misunderstanding, they're gonna have their kind of breakup, although they kind of low-key already did that when Tobias was with, what's her name? Big boobs, blonde hair, the fake savior. But I guess we'll find out, and this one's called The Rose, which can only assume, Chapter 19, The Rose, is a ceremony similar to The Bachelor, so I guess we'll find out. Wait just a cotton-picking minute here. Tobias, whatever Tobias is wearing, he has pockets? Okay, he shoved his hands into his pockets, gazing over the floor. Not gazing at the floor, gazing over the floor. And what, do they have pockets in, like, Thesson? Is this the, I'm so confused. I never ever pictured them to be wearing anything that would have pockets. Belt pouches and stuff, sure. I don't know why this is bothering me so much. It's just like, what are they wearing? What is the garb like in this place? Because I was going with sort of a vaguely Roman or Greek kind of feel, and I don't think there were pockets. Help me out here, guys. What is this? Tiny world-building tidbits that you need to think about is what this is. This has been Tiny World-Building Tidbits with Julian. And Kinshu. Oh, Tobias just helped himself to a rose and a vase, presumably, and tucked that into his pocket that he totally has. We just had a very important conversation where Tobias finds out that she prefers lilies, and now he's going to have the very important mission of getting his girlfriend lilies instead of roses. Thank goodness that we had that in their romance scene. Oh, they're sitting in an old watchtower. I'm really grasping for anything to entertain me. They're sitting in an old watchtower that was there for times of battle. Of course, there hasn't been a war in centuries. Man, wouldn't it be great if one broke out right now? This book doesn't have much left, but it could be good if a war broke out right the fuck now and like a flaming cow hurtled towards Tobias and his girlfriend in this tower. I would be so happy. All would be forgiven. So apparently Orion, the guy whose personality I have no idea of, other than he's not one of the bad guys, has a wife. He has been conveniently saying her name in his sleep, and then Tobias is like, "Who's Celine?" And he's like, "That's my wife. Carry on." So I guess that's characterization? He's the kind of guy who would leave his wife to go marry someone else? For money? But we're going to another challenge, and it's in a forest. And I hope it's as silly as the last challenges have been. Let's find out. Yet more hints of who the savior is or isn't. The ladies aren't here, because it's daytime in the sunlight. See? Okay. So somewhere in the woods, a rose is hidden, and the men have to bring it back for her. Because the chapter is called The Rose. Get it? Do you get it? And they're going in teams. Because reasons, I guess, so that all the bad guys can be on one team and all the good guys can be in the other team. Again, I don't know. Wouldn't it be smarter to just have them go out as single people into the woods, and if they found each other, they could team up if they wanted to? Who's to stop them? But why put them in teams? No, I think what they're doing is putting like two of the bad guys on Tobias's team, actually, so that we can have that dynamic. And it's shirts versus skins? It's literally shirts versus skins. And I'm dying. We're done. He had pockets, and now It's shirts versus skins to go into the woods and find a rose. And they're gonna get so eaten by mosquitoes? And what is this nonsense? This is like, let's play high school games. This is not fantasy times. Like, fantasy times you go, this is Team Blood and this is Team Thorns or something. And then, like, the Team Blood gets to have, like, a bloody handprint on their chest or something. Not, some of you take your shirts off, we're gonna play, like, some b-ball. What is this nonsense? Flynn is like, this is a children's game. Yes, Flynn, a children's game from a different dimension. Oh, but it's a man's game because they have swords. You guys, it's stupid. It's so stupid. And apparently Tobias' sword, like the second it hit his hand, just fucking broke. I'm gonna guess it was sabotaged, but what did that look like? Did the blade just fall off? And they're like, you can't have another one, so, like, dude, pick up the blade and wrap your shirt that you won't need around it and use it with a weird handle. I have no idea who these people are. Raphael I know, but he's also with Bjorn and Garrick, and which ones are they? I know nothing about them. I think they're on the bad guy team. So the two, like, baddest bad guys, Drake and Kaleo, just, like, fucking ran to try to kill Tobias, and Tobias just booked it into the woods. And that makes me happier than it should. Like, I should be concerned about Tobias, but instead I'm like, yes! Go kill him! Fuck the rose! Go kill your competition! I'm having more fun with this chapter than I thought I would, because it's just nonsense. This line... And then a mass of black ink swept through his peripheral vision. What does that make you picture? Does it not make you picture, like, a creature, like a gelatinous ink creature, like from Star Trek? You know that one episode where there was, like, this tar creature? But he's talking about Drake, who's covered in tattoos, but, like, that's not the mental image that a mass of black ink conjures up. Jane is cleaning his nethers behind me, so, you know, you can all enjoy that. That's what this pretty much completely sums up my thoughts on this chapter. Jane cleaning his nethers. Okay, now Tobias has just scooped up a handful of dirt to toss in the dragon's face. Have you been in a woods? If you go into a woods and you bend down, usually you can't just grab, like, a handful of dirt. There's plants in your way most of the time, unless it's like a very dense woods and then it's just like moss or something, but most of the time you're not going to grab a handful of dirt easily. It's going to be roots and, like, you're going to have a fern sticking out of it or something. You're going to throw it in somebody's face and it's just going to punk, you know? It's going to bounce off. It's just a clot. It's not like sand. It doesn't get in their eyes. And Tobias got away from the bad guys briefly and climbed a tree, which Raphael just fucking happens to also be sitting in. What does this even mean? The two bad guys are like, oh no, we lost him, but we're gonna kill him later. And then they're like, Kaleo, I think, is like, can you imagine the look on old Braun's face? He'd probably gobble our cocks at the same time, even. What? People don't say that. And why would you say that? Like, okay, they want to kill the artist and then go back to the Savior's dad. And their example of what would be a good reaction from him is for him to just deep throat both their cocks at the same time. Like, I know they're being metaphorical, but people don't say that. This chapter is nonsense, but it is offering me way more enjoyment than I thought it was going to, so there we are. They spend, like, 2 more sentences discussing the merits of having their cock sucked by that guy, so, you know, quality literature. Yeah, you don't get away with it. You don't get away with doing something contrived if your character is pointed out. It might seem that way, but it's not. Raphael goes, what are the odds we'd end up in the same tree? Tobias goes, no idea. Raph, I'm serious. There are hundreds of trees in this woods. The probability is ridiculously low. Are you setting up for something, or are you just trying to cover your ass with the fact that you did something incredibly contrived, Jenna? And you've seen it done before. Like, it's been done in fiction before, where a character will point out that something is bad, and you are supposed to forgive them then. You're like, oh, well, if the character notices it's contrived, that's alright then. That's not... Like, maybe sometimes it works, maybe sometimes it's funny, but this time it's dumb. Unless she is actually setting up for an important plot point that they both wound up in the same tree. Maybe it's a magic tree. Apparently the tree's just falling apart, though, because, like, Tobias says that Raphael can't stay there because the branches won't hold. All of them? All of the branches in this tree will eventually just give out if Raphael sits in it. I've sat in quite a few trees, and none of them just collapsed underneath me. Now, maybe it's a dead tree, and Tobias has realized that it's dead, and so the branches are more likely to break. But if it's a perfectly healthy living tree, the branch... What? So, another question. I'm pretty sure that Tobias saved Raphael at some point. I think it was during the water, and he almost got eaten by a fish, and Tobias saved him. And so I guess that would be a reasonable reason for fucking Raphael not to be killing Tobias right now. But is it a good enough reason? Because Raph here knows that he is going to die if Tobias wins. And Tobias looks like he's in a good position to win. Because he's clearly, like, the favorite. Or has been a couple of times. So, if I was Raph, and I had Tobias completely trusting me, I would not give Tobias my sword, as Raphael just did. I would stab him with it. Because this tournament is fucking brutal. And you don't have a chance, Raph. Like, I don't think Raph thinks he has a chance, so why is he here? Is he just okay with the fact that he's just gonna die? I don't know. What do you guys think? Comment below. Wow, Raphael is, like, way too fucking honorable, and I don't understand. They found a rose, and Tobias is like, here, Raph, you take it, because I don't want it, because Tobias is very, very super duper uber against ever spending time with Cosima. And Raphael's like, oh no, 'tis yours, I will do the honorable thing. And I'm like, why? Why? They're having, like, a lengthy argument. This and this is all just them arguing over who's gonna take the fucking rose. This is nonsense. Oh, maybe we're gonna get a reason, because Raphael's like, I don't care about the savior. So, but dudes, if you don't win, you both die, so you should care about that, one would think. Oh, Garrick is here, thank goodness, I have no idea who that is. Garrick will take the rose. Garrick's always been the smart one. If I was Garrick, though, I'd be super worried about letting these two guys walk behind me while I carried the rose. Because he doesn't know that neither of them want it, he just knows they were arguing over who should take it. So if I was him, I'd be, like, super suspicious they were just going to stab me and take it for themselves. Now Tobias is worried that... I keep forgetting their names. What's his name? Raph. Now Tobias is worried that Raph is going to tell on him that he's not interested in Cosima, and Raph's worried that Tobias is going to tell on him, and who gives a fuck? Oh, Flynn's here, so he might fight Garrick for the rose, and that could be interesting, because, like, both of them could die, and that would just be, a good time. I think Flynn should win, because he's clearly the only one who actually cares about the savior, that anyone knows is the savior. Like, he's the only one who cares about fucking Cosima. He wants to marry Cosima. And everyone else doesn't seem to care about her. So, Flynn should win. So, a really good way to win this, if I was big and strong and liked to kill people, would be to just wait at the edge of the woods near the pedestals where the teams are supposed to return the rose. And then when I saw somebody walking up with a rose, murder them and take it. That would be my strategy if I was one of these big, strong, murdery types. Rather than chasing a guy into the woods and then apparently getting lost because, like, nobody's here. Oh, okay, Bjorn's here. Cool. So Drake just materialized from the woods like a fucking wraith and killed Bjorn. Which I don't care about Bjorn, but at the same time, like, where did Drake come from? How dense is this woods? I'm having real trouble picturing this woods. And apparently, after taking the rose, Drake snatched the rose from the grass and meandered away. Meandered. There are other people here with swords who want that flower, and Drake's just gonna meander? He's right near the edge of the woods where he can turn this flower in, and he's gonna meander? What? Word choice is important. Oh good, Bjorn's not dead. Thank goodness. Not dead yet, his entrails just came out, so I guess he's probably gonna be dead. Because you need those on the inside. The words, shirts win the challenge, should never be a phrase in your fantasy book. Although I have a new challenge for you writers out there. If you can get this in your fantasy book, if you can get the phrase shirts win the challenge in your fantasy book and make it make sense in your fantasy world, I don't know, I'll give you some kind of prize. Make it not sound bonkers like this sounds. So Garrick apparently has had enough, and he's like, I want out of the tournament. And he says, I worked hard and true these past 19 days, now my life is in jeopardy. My dude, that's the point. This is a deadly competition. What the fuck did you expect? Oh my gosh, these people are so dumb. Okay, we made it through that chapter. That chapter was bonkers, and it was so fucking ridiculous that it was pretty fun to read. Better than what I thought it was going to be. I thought it was just going to be a romance chapter, but instead it gave us glorious shirts versus skins, miraculous tree hiding action. So, we're back, baby. We're back to the pig challenge for nonsense. And next time I will return with chapter 20, The Chosen Path. I'm getting there. We're getting there, guys. There's not that much left. We can do this. Bonkers. Hey everybody, I'm back with more of Jenna Moressi's The Savior's Champion, and with me, though you can't see him, is my husband, who's just gonna sit here and listen to me rant about a book. You could say hello if you want to.
Hello!
And he might interject things. He's playing video games, so hopefully he won't be too, weirded out by this whole situation. But we're on to chapter 20, The Chosen Path. I can't remember what happened last chapter, but I remember that it was nonsense, so that's all I really need to know. I don't know if this is like a side plot, but old Toby here has been having trouble with his inspiration to paint a picture with like the canvas that was left in his rooms. And I don't know why this is a side plot, if it's a side plot. But I think the last chapter of the chapter before also started with him being like, I don't know what to draw. Okay, so I think we're going to find out what happened. One of the dudes, can't be ours to remember which one, was like, I want out of this game. And they were all like, you can't do that. So now he gets to have like a trial or something, and he's probably going to get killed. We'll see if he's dead by the end of this chapter. I feel like the book is contradicting itself at this point, because good old Sovereign says that only 3 people in the entire history of the tournament have ever left it, and they were all killed for trying to leave it. But earlier in this book, they set free the one gay dude, and they were like, oh, every tournament has like one person can leave, and that's him. And so it's like, well, what about him? Is he one, like, he's clearly not one of the 3, so are they just not counting all of the people who get to, like, just have that free pass to leave? Or what, is that something different? I'm very confused by this. Okay, so the Sovereign is, like, the king, essentially, the High King, whatever. And so far he's been talking fairly regally. He's had a voice befitting of a king. And then he just says, Why did somebody report to me that after he called your name, you came running back to the palace like a little bitch? That's not something a king would say, and he's not like saying it in quotes. He's just like, why you being a bitch? Voice is important. Okay, it happened so fast that I fucking missed it, and I had to go back and reread this paragraph. Obviously, Garrick, that's the guy who wanted to leave the tournament, was killed. We all expected that. Pretty obvious. But, like, some guard just stabbed him. I thought it was going to be a thing. Like, the Sovereign was like, oh, are you afraid of these other competitors? Drake and Kaleo, the two bully characters. Are you afraid of them? And Garrick was like, no, of course not. And I was like, oh, well, now the Sovereign's going to be like, well, good, then you can fight the two of them, and BT-Dub, BT-Dub, you won't have any weapons, or something like that. And instead he's just like, okay, you big old coward face, and has one of his guards stab him, and that's just it. Okay, I guess. And now we've had an abrupt tonal switch where we go from guy just got killed in a really offhanded way to Tobias and Layla, like, viciously making out. And I did not need to read the sentence, each kiss was voracious as he was starving for her, desperate for a taste. Did not need to read that right after some guy got killed, but okay, I guess. Are we trying to do the juxtaposition of violence and sex? Because in that case, the violence should have been a lot more in the previous chapter, versus just like, oh, BT-Dub, he was stabbed, now he's dead. Carry on to your makeout scene.
I mean, stabbing someone is a very intimate encounter.
But it wasn't even a named character. He just got stabbed by a random guard.
Maybe you're just supposed to know that stabbing someone is very intimate, and as itself can be a euphemism for, you know.
Sure, we'll give Jenna Moreci that much credit. That's a lot of credit to give her, and I feel like that's not, she's not worthy of it in this particular instance. We're going straight into the sex scene, damn. Like, we just had, like, the jump between the previous scene and this scene feels the most abrupt of any of her, like, time jumps, because there's no preamble, it's just straight to them hardcore making out, and then Layla's like, let's have sex. Oh, okay. Alright, so we haven't gone to a sex scene, we've gone to a sex dream. Tobias is having a naughty dream about Layla. Still just as jarring, but not quite as bad as them actually jumping to their sex scene. Still pretty fucking jarring, though. I don't know why, like, Tobias is sharing a room with this Orion guy now, and Orion is, like, his buddy now. I guess Flynn, since he's in another room, he's not our buddy anymore, and now Tobias is hanging out with Orion, and Orion is just kind of being his therapist, and I don't understand why, you know, or really where their friendship came from. It's just like, this character needs to be here for Tobias to get this now. You know what would be cool? You know what I would read the fuck out of? Is if one of the bully characters ended up sharing a room with Tobias, and, you know, they got to know each other as people and, like, bonded or something. I would read the fuck out of that, where these two people who hate each other are forced to get along because they're not allowed to kill each other in the bedroom. And maybe they do other things in the bedroom, but not kill each other. Instead, we get one of his allies, one of his sort of faceless posse of allies, gets in the room to be in the room with Tobias. So Tobias is just having a therapy session now with Orion, and Tobias is all like, which should I choose? Should I choose the girl that I love, or should I try to win the tournament? Oh, my pain is worse than most. And Orion tells him the heartwarming story of how he fell in love with his wife, who then later died, and it's all very sad, and possibly could make Orion a slightly more interesting character, but in reality we kind of knew that he was just kind of like a guy who had this troubled past because they kept bringing up he's saying his wife's name in his sleep or whatever, and it's like, okay, there's not much book left for us to have a new and interesting character. And in reality, this scene is mostly Orion saying this so that Tobias can choose his path towards love, and not really to develop Orion necessarily as a character that we're going to enjoy following. And in fact, I have a high suspicion that he will be dead soon, but I guess we'll find out. We'll find out, I guess. Oh, the culmination of this side plot may have been finished. Tobias has an inspiration to paint. Thank goodness we had this side plot. So unless this is another dream, we've gotten the sex scene in this chapter, just in a different place. Yay, I guess. I'm so bored. Maybe it's not quite a sex scene. They were going to have sex, and then she was like, maybe not. Because we gotta keep the audience hungry. Wouldn't want our characters to have sex before the book is over. And of course, Tobias is the best dude ever. So he completely, like he was on top of her. They were hot and heady, but they were ready to go, and then she was like, never mind. And Tobias is just like, of course, baby. Whatever. That's cool. Which is a good way to be. But it's because Tobias is the best dude ever. And this book needs you to know that. And we made it to the end of this chapter, and it was really kind of boring. I guess stuff happened that was kind of important to the story. Another guy died. Tobias got a therapy session with his roommate, and then he got to hardcore make out with a girl. So, that was this chapter. The next chapter is called The Intellect, which is one of the Laurels, I forget whose. But I bet you he dies. I mean, we haven't got much book left, and we've got still a decent number of people to kill, so let's move it along. Less sex, more murder. That's what I signed up for. Anyway, I'll see you guys next time when we read the next chapter, and maybe get closer to finishing this book. I think it feels like it goes on forever. Bye! We are here once again in the peak of allergy season, which is why my eyes are all red and puffy and my nose is all runny, with Jane and Kinshu, and Nigel's also right here, you just can't see him. He's right here. And we're going to read some more of The Savior's Champion. Yay! You guys, this book, it doesn't end. It just goes on. Like, I was on board with this book. I was kind of surprised how on board I was with this book at the beginning. Like, it had silliness, but I was still, like, tolerable silliness. But it is, as you know from watching recently, kind of just gone off the rails and not gotten back on. It may have started with the pig challenge, but it may have really fallen off the rails after that. But we are on to chapter 21. 21, The Intellect, in which whichever one of these characters is called the Intellect probably dies. That's my thought right now. I'm not perfect on my predictions for these chapters, because I thought that, what's his name? I don't remember any of their names. Tobias' new annoying friend. I thought that he was going to die much earlier, and he's still hanging on. So my predictions of who's going to die are not perfect. I think everybody just needs to die in a hail of fire, and Tobias wins. The end. Here's something that's kind of unclear, and just something that, again, I like to point out things that you have to maybe watch. Kinshu, not right now. Kinshu, not right now. I like to point out things that you maybe have to watch out for in your own writing. Making it clear if there are multiple characters with the same pronoun in the same space, making it clear which is which. So, Tobias is waking up, and it says, another beam of light sent him wincing. Orion sat on his bed, examining his arrowheads. Now, to me, that can easily be read, and how I read it the first time, is that Orion is sitting on Tobias's bed. But the his in this sentence actually means that he's sitting on his own bed. Perhaps separating that from the paragraph that involves another beam of light sent him wincing might have made it clearer that we have switched to looking at Orion sitting on his own bed. That's just a thing that I just wanted to notice for all of us authors out there to look out for. Tobias also got out of his art block and he painted a painting, which the author is going to great pains not to reveal what he actually painted until later, probably, or it's going to be some kind of big reveal. Nobody cares, but gotta have them side plots. Oh my gosh, the italics. Just, I don't know if you can see, but just appreciate the number of italics on this page. Can you see? Just find them, seek them out with your eyes. That's too many italics. Oh good, we get to watch Tobias masturbate. Thank goodness. It is as awkwardly described as you would imagine. Now, I'll grant you it is very briefly described, but Jenna's descriptions of a painter painting definitely feel like someone who has never painted describing what that's like. I do think that Jenna does a little bit of 2D art, I think, but I think that she probably doesn't either A, doesn't paint, or B, just kind of sucks at describing it. So now Tobias is having a conversation with Raphael. I can't help but feel like the author is scrambling to give these characters some character way too late in the story to get Tobias talking to and getting to know these people way too late in the story. Look how much story, look how much is left. It's too late now to get to know these characters. By this point, we should know them really well. And by this point, they should start dying and we should start really feeling it because we have come to know them really well in this huge chunk of the first half of this book. And it's not like these characters are being introduced now. They have been with us this entire book. We had plenty of opportunity to get to know these people as people much before this. But instead, a greater emphasis was placed on the challenges and on the romance, which is fine, but then you have to know that you have not left yourself enough room to make us fall in love with all of these other characters. It is too late. You have made your choice about what's important in your book. So now we are also, as Tobias talks to these people, we are separating the good guys from the bad guys a little bit more, possibly for some big showdown. We'll see how that goes. By having the good guys all agree with Tobias that Cosima has no value outside of her beauty, that she's just, you know, they're coming to realize that they need more in a woman versus like the bad guys who will be still objectifying her and still just wanting the power that comes with marrying her. And it seems like a really cheap and easy way to do it, to be like, oh, well, all of the good guys are now going to realize that there's nothing to Cosima except good looks, and she's really kind of a bitch. Which, it seems like a really cheap way to get us to like all of the good guys quickly here at the end of this book, to have them all just kind of jointly realize, as Tobias does, that Cosima is just a pretty face and some tits, and that's all. I don't know, I'm not a fan, but then we know that because I'm steadily becoming less and less of a fan of this book. Oh good, now we're just having a conversation about how awesome Layla is. Good. That conversation needs to be in here. This is completely unrelated, but Tobias is still talking to fucking Raphael for some reason. And Raphael's telling about his life now, because we have to get to know Raphael before he's brutally murdered. And Raphael's talking about his brother who owed money to a pirate, and he's like, who gambles with a pirate? And I just imagine his brother gambling with Isabel from Dragon Age 2, and that's how I'm getting through this scene right now. You're welcome for that. Okay, they are talking about the Savior being able to release a man, but apparently it's only at the halfway point. I did my research, study tournaments of the past, Raphael said. All have varied from term to term, but there are two components that never changed. The first is that the Savior is allowed to honorably release one man at the halfway point, which is apparently the guy called Enzo. It would have been nice if they had reminded us of that when the other guy was trying to get released, because that was kind of a confusing scene, because the Sovereign was like, no one ever gets released from the tournament. They always die. Unless Enzo's dead? Just confusing. Oh, there's another thing that we never mentioned until now. The second is the Sovereign's choice, a challenge of sorts. Near the end of the tournament, the Sovereign releases one man, whoever he feels is least worthy of his daughter. Oh, cool. That's a loophole that Tobias is going to try to get into, but probably fail because, obviously, Cosima is not the real Savior. But apparently, what the fuck is his name? Raphael. Old Raph here also plans to get out that way, so Tobias is going to have some competition with all of the other good guys who have realized that they don't want to marry Cosima. Really, they shouldn't have entered this tournament at all. If they're just going to be like, never mind, she's just a vapid skank and I don't want to marry her anymore. My dudes, your choices were poor. Oh, old Toby is about to listen in on a conversation he wasn't supposed to hear. I mean, who hasn't written that? I'll be honest, I've written this, you know. The overhearing of a conversation is a time-honored device to get some information to the character. So Tobias overhears a conversation that is undoubtedly more foreshadowing for the fact that Layla is in fact the Savior, but Tobias is still too dumb to figure it out. He's a bit of a slow boy, that's okay. And then he intervenes and the girl leaves. And that's the end of the chapter. It's a short chapter, which is good because my camera's running out of space. But I will return soon to do the next one, which, wait a minute, I close the book, is called The Proctor. Nobody died in this chapter, and I'm really disappointed by that. Just putting that out there. They need to stop giving chapters the names of people, because I get my hopes up that they're going to die. Anyway, I'll probably see you again in a few seconds. Hey fam, we're back for more of Jenna Moressi's The Savior's Champion. We're getting there, slowly making our way towards the end. We're at chapter 22, The Proctor. Does anybody else notice? Was this all the way through the book, or is this recently? It feels like more recently, that the chapters are just the blank, the noun. So it'd be like the proctor, the rose, what was the previous one? The intellect, the chosen path. So that one's at least 2 words. Was the whole book like this? Oh, maybe they all were. That one's the sovereign. It's earlier on. The arena. So maybe it's just the theme that these chapter headers have is the blank, the gift. I don't know, I only just noticed it now, so apparently I'm just not very observant, but you don't have to do that with your chapters. It does feel kind of like a little uninteresting to me, but that's probably just my own preference. We are on to the next challenge, so maybe something exciting will happen in this chapter. That'll be nice. So, the next challenge is a arrow shooting competition. I don't know if Tobias has ever shot an arrow before, but I'm sure he'll be fine. He's good at things, just randomly, like swimming. And they have these targets on the other side of the arena that they could hit. Or the sovereign is like, I will be happy if you kill each other. So he's like, I'll give a special reward, different from the reward of hanging out with the savior, to the person who kills another man. They each have like 5 arrows, I believe, and they're supposed to hit the target as many times as they can. So, like, you could do both, I feel like. If you count on the other guys missing at least once, you could take your 5 arrows and shoot one guy in the throat with the eye, and then hit the target with the other 4, and still have a decent chance of winning both prizes. So, and then one of the guys is like, well, wasn't there a theme? Is there a theme to this one? There was always a theme before. Each of the challenges has a theme, a purpose somehow relevant to the savior, Flynn said. Our first challenge tested our ability to listen. The last challenge tested our commitment. I really want to know what the theme for the pig trial was. I feel like they haven't all had a strong theme. Occasionally they would have a clear theme, but most of the time they did not. So, I call bullshit on that one. This one doesn't have a theme. I thought maybe this one would be the theme of obedience, like choose who you're obedient to. Are you obedient to the savior, or are you obedient to the sovereign, her evil daddy? So, okay, Tobias does not know how to use a bow. It says it is on the page. He's not an expert with the bow. So, I do know how to fire a bow, and I have used a bow numerous times, and I can tell you that when you are new at it, you suck like anything else. So we'll see if Tobias is just naturally good with the bow, if this is one of that kind of stories, and if he makes any of the common newbie mistakes. I'll be on the lookout for it, Jenna. Did you do your research? Well, apparently it's not quite as easy as targets across the arena. They have to kind of go through this maze, and the targets will appear in the maze now, I guess is my understanding. So you could run into a target, or you could run into another man. I guess it could go either way. Or, you know, you could just go on a manhunt and kill everyone. That sounds fun. So Tobias, of course, encounters one of his buddies first, and they have a little exchange. Where Orion here says, you drop your weapon too quickly, a reward goes to the man who kills another. And Tobias says, I won't kill a good man. And Ori says, there may come a time when that will need to change. And Tobias says, that will never change. So I guess we're supposed to like Tobias because he only kills bad people. As long as he only murders the bad people, he's fine. Okay, yep. Tobias, they let some sort of creature loose in the maze along with them, and it began to charge Tobias, and he just instinctively drew the bow perfectly, because that motion, it isn't just something that people just know how to do. And he just shot it in the chest, with barely even looking at it. Instead of, like, say, the arrow going completely wide, the arrow tipping out of the bow, the arrow coming off of the string, numerous other things that could have happened to a complete novice. But no, he just did one of those completely on instinct, I'm good kind of things that drive me so crazy in fiction. I'm probably the only one who cares about these things, but it always bothers me when someone's just good at something that they've never tried before. This is why I grew up feeling like shit, because I wasn't just good at things. Because in fiction stories, people just do things. Ah! So there are wolves in the maze, and these are like Disney wolves, so they're just the vicious kind, but whatever. I mean, this is nonsense, but at least it's kind of enjoyable to read. At least the characters are doing something. There's action, there's peril. It's completely nonsensical peril that if you think about it too hard, you probably just shouldn't think about it too hard. But at least it's entertaining. Also, Tobias didn't take his first arrow out of the first wolf that he shot, so he's down to 4 arrows because he's stupid. Oh good, Tobias is just a fucking arrow savant. With one fluid motion, Tobias whipped an arrow from his quiver and launched it through the creature's throat. I'm fucking done with you, Tobias. Why are you so good at everything? See, Raphael, the comic relief character, has a common newbie thing happen to him, where when you go to fire, if your arm is like too curved in, you don't keep your arm straight, your elbow slightly bent, the string will snap it, and you'll get like bruises on the inside of your arm. And that's happened to Raphael, but not Tobias, because Tobias is just the best at everything. Seriously, at this point, Flynn and the bad guys are the only ones who want to win this competition, and honestly, Flynn should win it, because he's still arguably a good guy, even though the book is trying hard to make him super annoying and us not want him to win. But he's still arguably a good guy. He's into the person that at least he thinks is the savior. And he wants to try to win, which like nobody else is doing anymore. Honestly, I kind of want to read his book. For one thing, he's a more flawed character who has like nuances. Unlike old Toby here, who's just good. I mean, I guess that's good. Jenna has managed to write a character who's kind of interesting for being flawed. It's just that we're not supposed to like him. Conveniently, Tobias has found all of his friends in here, but maybe that's just because they're being herded together by like the magic of this like arena, so that they will all be in a nice kill sack when the bad guys get there. We'll see. Nobody's collecting their arrows from the wolves, and that's dumb. Like, I understand Tobias not doing it because he's not a hunter, but the guy that they have with them, Orion, is a hunter. Orion the hunter. Do you get it? Do you get the... Anyway, Orion is a hunter, and he would know to retrieve the arrows from the dead wolves, so why is he not doing that? Oh, finally a death! And of course, it's the wrong guy. Oh, they were setting up. This entire chapter was setting up for Flynn to sacrifice himself for Tobias, for Flynn to do the noble thing. And instead it's Orion, who we've already established is very noble. And also, if he dies, he can't win now, because he is dying for Tobias. And I'm just... Why was he the one who did it? Like, okay, maybe it would have been a little cliched for Flynn to do it. Instead, it's just Orion, who we knew was going to die because he's, you know, good. And... I'm so frustrated right now. I feel nothing about this death. It's just a standard... And I like death scenes, and this is just such a standard... noble friend, who we already knew was noble, sacrifices himself for his buddy. And then the buddy's just like, it's gonna be okay, man! It's gonna be okay! And then he dies. Oh, with his wife's name on his lips. I'm glad someone's dead, though. Somebody has to fucking die. More people have to die. Please kill these people. Now Tobias is gonna go into a murderous rage and try to kill Kaleo, which I doubt he's gonna do, because it still seems a little bit early for him to get his revenge. But we'll see, I guess. Jenna loves a good revenge story. She loves to set up a mindlessly evil bully character and then have the main character be able to exact their revenge on them. That was half of what Eve the Awakening was somebody being an irredeemable bully and then Eve beating the shit out of them. Something that I don't understand is Tobias is very, very upset about the death of Orion because they had become besties in like the last 2 chapters. But the character of Flynn has been... He's sort of been a thorn in Tobias' side. He sort of annoys Tobias, but wouldn't it have made more sense for them to, you know, maybe start out being annoyed by each other, but slowly build a friendship and realize that, like, okay, maybe they want different things. Flynn wants to win, Tobias doesn't want to win, but they can still, like, be friends through these differences, and it would have been so much more real and so much more dynamic. Instead of a friendship that literally appeared about 2 chapters ago. It was a real waste to have this go down the way it did, because everyone's like, oh no, Tobias is so upset because Orion and he were so close, and it's like, were they? Were they? I never got the idea that they were any closer than anyone else in Tobias' little band of good guys until these last couple of chapters where they conveniently bonded and shared stuff about his wife and stuff like that. Oh my gosh, fucking gag me. Layla says, you carry so much pain, enough to crush any other man, but not you. You're always so strong. Oh my gosh. Maybe this is building up to give old Flynn something even cooler down the line. I can hope, but Flynn has kind of been forgotten about, faded into the background, we're kind of supposed to feel annoyed by him recently. So I don't really know what Jenna is doing with that character, but maybe there's going to be something even cooler for him down the way, or maybe he also gets to sacrifice himself, although it's a bit too late because now we've already had one noble sacrifice for Tobias, so we don't need more. And we have done it. We've reached chapter 23, The Gallery. Wonder if we get to find out what is on Tobias's painting. Oh, there are still a lot of pages left. Still a lot of pages left. This is a long book, and it does not need to be this long. But we're gonna make it. We are going to make it. So I hope you all will continue to stick around with me, and I'll probably see you again shortly for more of this nonsense. Okay, we are here for the next chapter, chapter 23, The Gallery. Kinshu is also here, and so is Adam. He's over here playing... What the hell was that? I'm going to introduce you again. You can kind of see his shadow.
Hello.
There he is, and he's just playing... He's just playing video games again, so we're just going to let him listen in. Because we're going to go see a movie later, so I'm going to try to get a chapter of this bad boy out real quick. Alright, right away we've got a sort of confusingly worded first paragraph. It's trying to describe that Tobias is depressed by the fact that his bro died in the previous chapter. I'll just read it to you. A haze covered the atrium. It had followed Tobias from the bedchamber. Now he's alone, to the bathhouse, cloaking each room in gray. It hadn't dawned on him that the haze was his own, a mark of a still fresh wound. I understand what she's trying to do, but it's an awkwardly phrased little paragraph, and I feel like she could have done a wee bit better. I am the champion of weirdly phrased sentences, so, you know, I know one of my own kind when I see it here. So Tobias is seated at dinner between Layla and Cosima, and once again he is just shitting all over Cosima in his head because he's a great guy like that. But I'm curious why he gets to sit in between them. I don't remember him doing anything particularly cool in the previous chapter that would afford him the privilege of sitting between the two ladies, so I'm not sure what's up with that, other than Tobias can be like, oh man, Layla's so much better than Cosima. Cosima's just shit. Toby's hanging out with Layla again, not really much to report, just more romantic fluffery. And like I said, if you're into the romance, this is probably going to be right up your alley. But since I don't care about either of these people or their love for each other, I'm probably going to skim. I think I found a typo. First one though, so that's pretty exciting. And then we finish this little scene with Layla, which is just another little romance scene. Once again, it is heavily foreshadowing the twist, which now I'm like 1000% certain it's going to be. And it feels unnecessary. We don't need another scene to show that they're in love because that has been very well established. We don't need another scene of foreshadowing because I feel like we've been dripping in it for a while. So I feel like this scene was completely not necessary. I've noticed recently Jenna has been using the word ambled a lot to describe how people move, which is fine. It's a fine word, but we just had the door slid open and a servant ambled into the room, bowing. I feel like servants don't amble. I feel like servants are a lot more direct than that. So you gotta be careful of using your favorite words. Now, everybody's eating dinner with Cosima again, and of course Flynn is being himself, and he's supposed to be being obnoxious, and his like praise for the savior and his attempts at flirting are cringy. But if he was to be the main character, like if we were in his head and seeing him be like, oh, that was the wrong thing to say, oh, that was a dumb thing to say, and him, how he's overcompensating, he could still be an engaging character. And this is me still liking Flynn just because he's got some, like, flaws, unlike most of the other characters. So I know I'm supposed to hate him, and Jenna's doing her best to make him into an ass, which he wasn't really before. He was just kind of, you know, obnoxious, or supposed to be obnoxious, but now he's just, like, straight up being an ass. But we are not in his head. We don't know what he's thinking. So he might just, he is obviously not very good at talking to people. So, I don't know. And now one of the bad guys is assaulting Layla, because we have to remind everyone that the bad guys are bad. And once again, Tobias has to prove that he is good, and also save the pretty lady that he loves. I don't feel like it's necessary. Okay, so it looks like all they're gonna do is chop off his ear. This was a super abrupt scene, and it felt very contrived. It was like all of a sudden one of the bad guys just, for some reason, followed Layla out and decided to, like, pin her against a wall. And why? What caused this? Why didn't he stay and eat dinner? It feels like like I said, it feels very contrived. It was sort of like, I know Jenna does a lot of plotting, and she was like, and here we need to have a danger moment. And it doesn't matter if that danger moment just comes out of nowhere and is super abrupt. It just needs a danger moment here. And now, because of that super contrived action scene, we have a scene where Tobias gets to take care of Layla, because she's always taking care of him, so we have to have proof that he will also take care of her. And we don't need it. Okay, we made it through that chapter. Yay. This chapter felt the most, like I said, I keep using that word, contrived. It felt the most like I could see the seams, I could see the stitches, as it were, of what Jenna was doing as a writer. I could see her going, okay, we had a scene where Tobias breaks down and Layla takes care of him, and now we have to have the opposite because Layla can't be too tough of a character, you know, so we have to have her break down, which is fine, except the way that she did it felt super like, and now this is the scene where Layla breaks down. And it didn't flow naturally. I almost wonder if it wasn't in the original draft and maybe it was a suggestion from a beta, because it feels like it was almost dropped in. So, I don't know. That's just pure theory on my part, but I do know that Jenna very, very heavily plots, so it might just be that that was part of the plot and she just didn't have a good way in mind to implement it, so she just plopped it in there. And I feel like the last several chapters could have been cut out of this book. Not in their entirety, but like huge chunks of them, and we would have been fine. Because most of the things we need to know are already established by this point, and we don't need to keep hitting them home. That's just me. I don't know. Alright, I'm gonna stop because we have to go to a movie pretty soon. I'll see you guys later. Hey everybody, it's dark, but I'm gonna keep reading this book. You don't need to see me to hear my opinions on this book. And let's be honest, most of you are probably just listening to this by this point anyway. So let's just keep reading. Just Kinju is here though. And the next chapter is chapter 24, The Painting, where probably we get to find out what the fuck Tobias painted. He's painting lilies, his girlfriend's favorite flower. So, you know. Thank goodness we were kept in suspense about that. And then they flirt for a while, and now she's gonna sit and watch him paint, and why am I reading this? So much unnecessary stuff. Ooh, we may finally be getting a sex scene again. They're making out, but are they going to be interrupted again? Let's be honest, probably. Because I don't know if Jenna's actually gonna let them have sex. Should be odd choice for a book. Like, she was very adamant that this was an adult book, and the adultness of it, I suppose, is the swearing and violence. But the violence, I mean, I've read a lot of young adult books that have violence on par with this, easily. And the swearing actually makes it feel more juvenile than adult. So, I don't know, like, I was expecting a sex scene. I guess we'll find out if we ever actually get one. Well, she's giving him a bit of a hand job, so at least we're getting that much. And they've been interrupted, right when she was about to get his dick out. I'm a little bit confused by what's happening now. They're in a challenge called the Sovereign's Choice, where the Sovereign, who hates Tobias, gets to, like, do something. It's not clear yet, but 2 men can be released. The one's least fit to marry the savior according to her dad. And it's like, and maybe it'll become clear later, is released, does that just mean killed? I'm assuming it just means killed, because we keep going over and over how, like, nobody gets free, you always get killed.
Law said death was a release, not a punishment.
But maybe this is different, because we keep coming up with new, like, as it has always been style rules that we don't know about. But now Tobias... I'll just read it, maybe it'll make more sense. Per tradition, the Savior is not without a say in the Sovereign's choice. It is within her power to select one man to be free from release. Does that mean she gets to release one man, or one man cannot be released because she said so? What do you think, Adam?
Well, you have to interpret using context, so I would keep going, and hopefully it explains it in the next couple
I
sentences.
tried, and it doesn't.
Real quick little clarification from the future. I believe I forgot to mention that, I'm pretty sure if I'm remembering correctly, Cosima does say that Tobias can go. So, he is free, he's out, as far as he is concerned, for that moment.
Later he says the second man to be honorably released from the Sovereign's tournament is the intellect. So does that mean the second man including Tobias, or the second man ever including that guy that they released much earlier? Okay, Tobias thinks to himself, I'm leaving this tournament, I'm leaving now. So I guess that means that he is out? Suddenly Tobias has developed concern for the Savior, which he did not have before. He's decided rather than to just leave, he's going to stand up to the Sovereign and yell at him for sending the other guy, the intellect, home and keeping, like, the murderous ones to woo the Savior. And it feels kind of out of nowhere for Tobias. Like, this doesn't seem like a choice that he would make. You'd think he would be like, I'm out of here, bye. You know, and then he would be working on figuring out a way to take Layla with him. Not like, oh yeah, by the way, I'm gonna literally look this gift horse in the mouth and stand up to the Sovereign for his daughter, whom I really don't care about, and every time I have to even sit next to her, I think about how much I dislike her. Next page, the Sovereign is like, but for whatever reason, my daughter, the daft cunt, she saved you. So here we are, stuck with one another yet again. So I guess Tobias does have to stay, and she was saying, I free you from being released, meaning you cannot be released from the tournament.
Released through death.
I mean, it's odd phrasing to say I free you from being released, since they kind of, like in your head, kind of mean the same thing, even though we all know released probably means death. But it could have been phrased differently to make it clearer, and I wouldn't have just spent the last page confused. And I guess we don't, well, maybe we'll find out later. Raphael's just taken away by guards, and it's unclear if he's being killed or released. But maybe we'll find that out. Maybe, like, later Layla will come into his room and be like, BT dubs, he was killed. Oh, Flynn is ambling. We found Jenna's favorite word, amble.
Ambling man.
The ambling man. Lots of characters amble, especially in the second half of this book. She's really come into her love of the word amble in the second half of this book. Now, I have another theory. Pretty much all of Toby's allies are gone, except for Flynn, whom he hates, and we're kind of not supposed to like either. And I have a suspicion that Flynn is going to definitely stab Tobias in the back a little bit later, which I think could have been, that's just a theory. We'll see if it happens, but, like, Flynn is, like, talking to Tobias right now, and Tobias is, like, so over him and done and does not want to be around him or whatever. And it might have been a little bit more powerful if he does stab him in the back for them to not have quite such animosity. I don't know. I don't completely understand their animosity. I suppose it's just because Flynn's a little bit skeezy and Tobias is super awesome, nice boy. So that's why they don't get on. Oh, Flynn is confronting him about trying to have sex with Layla, and I'm like, he's not wrong. Tobias is not here for the reason he's supposed to be here for. In fact, Flynn is like the only person who still is. Although I'm not sure why Flynn would be pissed about it, because that means Cosima is like all his. So Flynn is, I mean, understandably angry, and maybe this might be a good moment that I'm actually liking. After several chapters of me not liking stuff, Flynn is, I agree, I agree with his motivation. He's understandably upset that Tobias is considered like the best one and given all of these laurels and loved by the people, because in Flynn's mind, Tobias has done everything wrong. He's not there for the right reasons, and he's screwing over everybody else who is there for the right reasons. And yeah, go Flynn. Yeah, Flynn's definitely my favorite character, because like he's a dick, and he's not the best person, but like he has depth. Yeah, he's maybe there for the wrong reasons, but at the same time, it's like he's the only one who seems to be there for the right reasons. I don't know, it doesn't make sense, but I really like Flynn. He's more complex than any of the other characters. He's like, you can tell that his feelings are hurt because Tobias was totally choosing to be friends with other people over him, even though he was, spent a lot of time trying to be Tobias's friend. Even before Tobias was cool, Flynn wanted to be his friend. So, yeah, it's completely understandable that Flynn is really pissed off right now. And we're supposed to be not on his side, I think. We're supposed to be on Tobias' side. Tobias is like, well, you don't even know the Savior and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, well, none of you know the Savior, but you're here to marry her. That's kind of the point. Oh, Flynn here says, you survive the tournament and then what? If you win, you win Cosima, and if you lose, you die. Tell me, in what reality do you see yourself with Layla? In what world are the two of you together when this is all over? He is not wrong.
I keep Layla as my mistress.
Yeah.
Mistresses exist.
I mean, maybe. Yeah, Flynn's bringing up nothing but good points. Now he points out that, like, he not only is Tobias endangering himself, but he's totally endangering Layla, because obviously neither of these boys know that Layla is actually the Savior. Yeah, he's completely right about, like, all of this. Oh, and now Toby's gonna strangle him. Oh, Tobias even points out that Flynn hasn't killed anyone during this tournament, and Tobias has, which usually in this kind of story, it is the good guy, the main character that you're trying to follow, who doesn't kill anyone. So, new headcanon, Flynn is actually the main character, and I would read that book. And literally, Flynn comes in here, and he's like, all I want you to do is break it off with Layla, because you're gonna win the tournament, and if that's the case, then you should just marry the Savior and not be doing this thing with Layla. He's like, I have all this information about you, I know you're fucking the healer, and I could tell the people in charge and you would be so dead, but I'm not going to. All I want you to do is do right by this tournament, and you know what? Flynn for president. I love him. Also, I just really liked that scene because it gave us some kind of stakes now, because we know that Tobias, the main character, is not gonna die, but this kind of gives, like, some drama and some stakes, and, like, it's about time. I'm curious why Layla doesn't just reveal who she is at this point. This would be a good point for her to be like, stop freaking out, Tobias. You don't have to kill your ex-friend or was never your friend, whatever, because you're in love with the right girl. I'm the Savior. I mean, that would obviously leave a lot of book to go with no big twist for the very end, but this seems like a reasonable spot where she would do it. Okay, so it does sound like what's-his-name got to be released without being killed. Yeah, I think he got to be released without being killed. So I'm confused why everybody was making, like, shitting themselves, like, no one can be released from the tournament except for this one guy that we released earlier on a huge technicality because the Savior said so. And then it's actually built into a later challenge. Why not just kill him? Why not just kill all these people? Oh, maybe she's gonna tell him. Tobias is like, I know you're lying to me about some things.
Too early.
I mean, there's this much book left.
Yeah, but drama. And aren't there sequels? There's no way they're gonna find out in this book.
No, they definitely find out in this book, because I heard there's a twist at the end of this book, and my theory is that's what the twist is. And the sequel is actually one of those, the same book written from a different character's point of view nonsense.
50 Shades Grayer.
Yeah, or whatever. Gray, whatever that book is. And
It's
for
an
the
easy
first
way to
book,
make more money. If
It
the
is
first
an
book
easy
sells.
way. It is an easy way to make more money. If people are like,
Lazy writer. I'm like, I can't think of a new story. I'll just retell this one.
you heard it right here, folks. It is lazy in my opinion, but that's just me.
As a coder and a programmer, we say lazy efficient because there's no need to reinvent the wheel.
I mean,
But-
yeah, if she's trying to make money and her goal is to live off of her writing and she knows that she can make money with a book that's essentially the last book, but from a different point of view, yeah, why wouldn't you? A lot of authors have, and they've been successful. So Tobias has put his foot in it and been like, Layla, you're lying to me and I hate you, rah. And he's like, oh no, I didn't mean it. And she's like, oh, you meant it. And now they're going to have yet another, like, little split up. Again.
Is this the Great Misunderstanding?
This is like the Great Misunderstanding 2, because they've already done this once. Not with this conflict, but with a different conflict. Because, you know, a couple that's together for too long, people get bored. So you have to have, like, we're trying to, and I know we're trying to ramp up the tension because we're getting to the end of the book, and we had the whole tension building thing with Flynn, and now we've got this where it's like, oh no, Layla and Toby hate each other now. I don't care.
Haven't they heard anything about the Belgariad and the Malaroon? There's like 2 series of series with like 5 or 6 books apiece, and they have consistent, steady couples throughout.
But what about the drama? The drama. Alright, so she did not tell him the secret, and she screamed at him to leave because they're in a fight, and we have to have that drama as well. But we'll be on to chapter 25 next, the Royals. I don't know how many chapters are left. Like 4 chapters left, so we're getting there. We are on the home stretch, y'all. Thank goodness. I was gonna mention this at the end of this read through, and I probably will again if I remember. But since Adam has brought it up, I know she's writing the next book, and I know it's going to be taking place during this book from Layla's point of view. At least I'm pretty sure. It'd be more interesting if it was from Cosima's point of view, but I think it's gonna be from Layla's. And I really don't have any interest in reading it unless, and I'm thinking of doing this, I'm gonna try to figure out how to get like a goal set up on Patreon, and you all can vote with your wallets and let me know if you want me to do a read-along of that when it comes out. So I'll figure that out once I'm finished with this, once all this is squared away, and y'all can let me know whether that is something that you want to see, because I'm not going to do it by myself, probably. I mean, there's a chance that I would anyway, because if these videos end up being wildly successful, okay, maybe I do more, even though I hate it. But if you want to make sure, I will have a way for you to do that, to ensure that you may boss me around and tell me to read the next book in this series. But anyway, that's enough jabber from me, and I will probably see you again in a couple seconds with the next chapter. Bye. Welcome back, everybody. I'm in my pajamas. It's late at night. We're gonna read chapter 25 of The Savior's Champion. Adam isn't here to save you, so this is how it's gonna be. But like, fam, we're getting so close, but there's still so many chapters left. It's not even that this book is that bad, it's just like, I think I would have stopped. Given my druthers, if I wasn't like doing this for this or doing it for review, I probably would have just gotten bored and stopped reading this book a little while ago. And just like, I wouldn't have been like, I hate this and like threw it. I would have just set it down and probably never picked it up again. But we're gonna go on. We're gonna go on. Kinshu is right here. I feel like Tobias has an alarming sort of jealousy problem, an idea of how couples should be. Now, I mean, every couple's different, but, like, he just saw a guard go by. He was thinking to himself, like, maybe it'd be better if Layla found somebody else. And then he saw a guard go by, and he got mad at the guard because he's a hypothetical boyfriend of Layla's. And he also gets pissed if he was to ever look at Cosima, or if she was to ever flirt with him or whatever. And it's like, that's not in your control, man. You just don't have to, like, flirt back. But it's like, there's this expectation from Tobias that, like, once you're in a relationship with someone, you can never find another human being attractive, and if the person you're in a relationship with finds another human being attractive, they are terrible too. There's just kind of a vibe that I get from old Toby here, and I don't think it's healthy. My husband and I totally accept that we still get crushes on people. It's whether you act or not, that's the thing. You can find another human being attractive and still be in a healthy, committed relationship. Found another instance of the word ambled. The men ambled into line. Jenna's favorite word. Now I'm noticing it every time. I want to do one of those things where, like, you find out how many of a certain word are in a manuscript. I want to find out how many times she uses ambled. So now Tobias and company are being forced to meet a bunch of royals from other lands, and I'm not really sure why. I guess to make sure that they can kind of behave themselves, because eventually, if they're the sovereign, they'll have to negotiate with these people? Maybe? It seems like a really weird thing. Like, they're supposed to just stand there and be quiet while they're looked at by these rulers, and I'm not entirely certain I understand it. And of course, Tobias is pointing out these people and, like, where they're from, like the monarch of Ethua, and the king of Kovar, and the princess of Trigolia. And they don't mean anything because we're not going to go to these lands, and none of this is going to matter for the story. So again, I haven't even finished the scene, and I think it's a scene that does not need to be here. Unless we are going to visit these far-off lands, or these far-off lands, or politicians from these far-off lands are going to matter. Dealing with these far-off lands is going to matter at some point in a future story, which I kind of doubt. None of this matters. I think Jenna is just making one last-ditch effort to make her world seem bigger and more fleshed out, but it is too late. It's still jarring when the royals will suddenly say something like, he's a miserable little shit. Like, I'm able to get into this a little bit, and I'm able to read it in the voices that I feel like these characters would have, and then all of a sudden, they say, he's a miserable little shit, and there's Jenna's voice saying those exact words, and it makes it feel like none of the characters have their own voice. It makes it feel like we're reading all of this. Just in Jenna Moressi's video-making voice is the one that I hear, and it's really hard to get into this book because of that. It's hard to lose yourself in the moment when you can be snapped out by things like that. Once again, just reading along, the royals are all talking like royals. They're starting to even have British accents in my head, and then the sovereign says, please excuse the artist, he's a deplorable cunt. Just using the C word doesn't mean that your book is, like, adult. And it can, in fact, be damaging to a book in more than just making it not for kids. Like, you might think that the only disadvantage of using language like this is that your book isn't for kids. But there are other disadvantages to using more modern... I mean, cunt isn't super modern, but the way we use it now kind of is, and the way he uses it. And saying that someone's a little shit and stuff like that, it just doesn't fit with the otherwise tone of these characters. Now, I know Jenna would completely lose her mind at that suggestion, because she's really attached to these swear words, but it would have been fine. Removing these would not have made it a worse book. And now, for whatever reason, the other competitors have been lined up to take turns punching Tobias, and trying to figure out what this achieves. Is this to make us feel sorry for Tobias? Is this to let us know that everyone's his enemy? Because we already know that. Is this to start him out in the fight the next day with on a bad foot? Or is it so that Layla will have to come to him to heal his face? My money's on that last one, because they have to reconcile. One of the other things that this scene may be doing is making it clear that Tobias is out of allies. He has no more allies, so that we can have the hero goes alone trope. Which, honestly, I don't think I mentioned in any of my recent Tropes I Hate video, but lo and behold, the hero goes alone is a trope that I am fairly tired of. It's up to your personal taste. I'm kind of sick of it. I think it's overdone. I like the hero to have friends, and for teamwork to win the day, and friendship is magic. That's just where my personal preference is at. So he did briefly find Layla, but she was coming out of a fresh murder, so she was distracted. Yeah. So she killed somebody, I guess. I don't know who. Maybe it was Cosima. Dun dun dun! Okay, Tobias is back out with the royals again, and it makes me wonder how Tobias knows about all of these realms. Like, he doesn't just know what they're called, he knows details about them. Like, one of them is the wettest one. This is raining, and he's like, well, that ruler is used to it, because their realm is the wettest, and is that just common knowledge among peasants? Might be nice to know whether that's common, or whether Tobias has some kind of extra education. I don't know. Shrug. Huh. Okay, this makes me wonder if the previous scene was moved. Because they're outside now, and it's been a minute, and Tobias is mocking Drake because Tobias cut Drake's ear off in a previous fight, and now it's all bandaged up, and he's making fun of him. But there was absolutely no mention of the bandages or that in the previous scene. At least I don't think so. I think it was mentioned that someone's arm was bandaged, or their ribs, but not his head being all bandaged up. Which makes me wonder if that previous scene came from somewhere else and was put there. Many of us writers have done that kind of scene surgery, and you have to be careful to make sure that you get all the details right. I don't know. Working theory, I guess. Tobias is going to have to fight all of these terrible bully boys, and also Flynn. Will Flynn have a last-minute redemption moment? We will see. I feel like no, but maybe. Maybe there will be that moment. Maybe he's setting this up, pretending to be on the side of the bad guys, and then really he's going to help Tobias out. He seems like a really cowardly character and not terribly likely to break out of that mold. Most of the characters in this book do not break out of the molds that they are in, so we'll see. I have hopes that maybe he'll redeem himself at the last minute, just because, like, that's a cliche that I enjoy, but probably not. The question is, who is Tobias going to kill, and is he going to kill all of them in this chapter, or are we going to save some of their deaths for future chapters? Also, Tobias was, like, punched very much, and doesn't seem to remember that. Like, there's no mention of swelling or his nose being sore or anything like that. He's just here to fight, man. And he didn't even get healed by Layla, so I don't know. He's just probably still covered in blood and has a broken nose. Doesn't even seem to care. More reason that that previous scene maybe didn't belong there, because Tobias is not showing any signs of the broken face that they gave him in that scene. Well, and Tobias just went Super Saiyan. They were all sitting on top of him, just beating the shit out of him, and then he was just like, "This is not how I die," and just, like, sprang up from beneath them. And the other competitors scattered through the turf like leaves. Are we saying that Tobias actually has some kind of magical power? Or are we supposed to believe that you can just decide to stop being beaten to death and just, like, shove everyone off as though they are nothing? I don't know. Guess we'll find out.
Julian from the future again. Some of you may be thinking that perhaps Tobias has what is called hysterical strength, which Wikipedia defines, my scholarly source of Wikipedia. Hysterical strength is a display of extreme strength by humans beyond what is believed to be normal, usually occurring when people are in life and death situations. Common anecdotal examples include parents lifting vehicles to rescue their children. The extra strength is commonly attributed to an increased adrenaline production, though supporting evidence is scarce and inconclusive when available. Also, it says hysterical strength can result in torn muscles due to higher mechanical stress. Now, I am also reading a slightly more scholarly article from the BBC's website, which does support hysterical strength, although it mentions that most reported hysterical strength examples describe a person lifting a portion of a vehicle several inches off the ground, not the entire automobile. There's the catch: 3 of the vehicle's wheels, or maybe even all 4, depending on the suspension, remain on the ground, distributing the total weight of the vehicle. So, hysterical strength may very well exist and give you the power to lift something very large, if you need to. It also goes on to talk about how our brain is the gating mechanism for what we do, not as much as our muscles. So if we can ignore our brain and push past, we can do great feats of hysterical strength. It does also mention that the adrenaline rush that comes along with this hysterical strength moments also has a lot to do with your ability, because adrenaline masks the pain that you would be in. So it is feasibly possible that Tobias just had this moment where he decided this isn't how I die and somehow shoved all of these men off of him. However, it also mentions that the result of this sort of thing can be torn muscles and broken bones. So Tobias is not going to be walking away from this feeling really great.
Is he pulling a rock lead?
よーしこれで楽に動けるぞいや
少しくらいの重りを外したところでガーラの砂についていけるわけが
This really does seem like an anime fight scene. Just Tobias's just sudden fighting ability and the way that he just takes blow after blow and then just gets back up and gets back to hitting the enemies. It really does feel like an anime fight scene. It does not feel anything like how an actual fight would go. And I am waiting to see if Tobias has magic. Now, I understand that adrenaline is a thing and anger is a thing, but there are 3 people against 1, 2 of which are experienced, hardened murderers. And while Tobias has killed in this competition, he is not trained to fight at all. So he should not be winning, no matter how much rage, no matter how much adrenaline he has. Oh, we know what you think about Toby. We know where your loyalties lie 100%. His gaze panned from man to man. Flynn, who had betrayed him. Kaleo, who killed Milo, Orion. And then there was Drake, who had put his hands on Layla. And that was all Tobias needed. He barreled towards Drake before he could stop himself, letting out a guttural roar. So yeah, Tobias cares about Layla, and Layla only. Like, he could have looked at Kaleo and been like, and Kaleo also killed my sister and my family, but he didn't touch my girlfriend, so he's probably fine. I'll save him for later. And can you really betray someone who kind of low-key hated you this entire time? Like, Tobias never liked Flynn, and Flynn must have realized it at some point and been like, this guy is not my friend, he doesn't care about me, he doesn't like me. So, can Flynn really betray someone who never wanted him around in the first place? Also, if we didn't have that incredibly contrived scene where Drake inexplicably went after Layla, then Drake would literally not have really done anything to Tobias, at least according to Tobias's list. I guess I don't remember everything that Drake has done, but mostly Drake has just kind of been there in the background being menacing, so we needed that super contrived scene where he suddenly randomly went after Layla, so that Tobias has a reason for his super rage revenge powers. Also, while Tobias is killing Drake, the other 2, Flynn and the other guy, Kaleo, apparently just fine to watch, because they're not doing shit. So Tobias is killed again. We all knew he would. He's going to have to win this tournament. Unless they have Kaleo and fucking... I can't remember anyone's names. Kaleo and Flynn kill each other or something. Tobias is gonna have to kill again. His murder streak will go on. And I mean, he's a little upset about it, but we have yet to have an explanation for the literal superpowers that he seems to have in this scene, other than, don't put your hands on my girlfriend powers. I don't know. I mean, like, let's use my husband as an example. He loves me very, very much, and he would definitely 100% fight for me. Tooth and nail, as hard as he could. Would he win a fight against 2 hardened, experienced killers and another guy who helps those killers? Probably not. Even if he was pissed, even if he was filled with adrenaline, he probably would not win that fight. And I don't see Tobias as that much more skilled than your average husband of mine, you know? So maybe I don't remember what it was like to be a young adult anymore. Maybe you just are filled with that kind of powers. But I doubt it. Anyway, that was that chapter over with. And I'm so close to the end, though. I'm going to try to power through very soon. Hey guys, I'm back with chapter 26. We only have like 3 chapters to go, including this one, so that's exciting. Adam is still here, playing video games once again. Making noises, as you do.
How do I make Anubis?
He's playing Persona 5. Anyway, we are on to chapter 26, called The Sisters. And we're getting real close to the end, so I'm sure Flynn's gonna be dying any old time now, which will be sad because he's my favorite character. But Jane is here, so everything's gonna be okay. So Tobias, by murdering a man using his superpowers, has won a night with Cosima, which I'm sure will be filled with him doing nothing but bitching about how much he hates her. So that'll be fun. Unless Cosima does like an old switcheroo and puts Layla into the room so they can talk and hash out their issues. Oh my gosh, she's fucking jealous again. So Cosima has her hand on Tobias's thigh, because that's just how she do. And then Layla saw it, and Layla like stormed out of the room again, because everybody knows that anytime a woman shows interest in your man, you have to immediately think that he no longer likes you, and you just have to just give up and leave. Right? Like, if another guy flirted with me, you'd be like, well, this is it, I'm out, and just leave.
Definitely. Absolutely.
Yeah?
I mean, unless he was really hot, then I might, like, punch you out, try to flirt with him myself.
Oh, you'd punch me out? You wouldn't try to, like, worm in there so you get some sort of threesome going? You'd just be like, no, punch out my wife, and I'll have the guy who's flirting with her. This is the kind of relationship I have, you guys. Maybe our relationship is weird and Tobias's is normal. I don't know.
Okay. In case you leave that in for your viewers, that was a joke, alright? I would do no such thing.
We would share. We would share.
Indeed.
By the way, Tobias does not appear to be sore at all from getting the shit kicked out of him and then superpowering his way through it yesterday, so I'm gonna guess that he just has, like, magical powers that we don't know about. That is the only explanation for what happened in the previous chapter. Because even if it was adrenaline, even if I meant to believe that all of that was just adrenaline and rage, today he would literally feel like a semi-truck ran him over. And he seems fine. He seems to be much more concerned about ladies than he is about the fact that, like, all of his ribs are probably broken.
But ladies...
Ladies. Guys got lady troubles. The most important thing.
And for anyone who's thinking, but Julian, this is just a book, chill out. People recover from injuries in seconds in books all the time. But in this book, injuries used to matter. Back when Tobias had somebody to heal him from those injuries and then spend time smooching with him, injuries did matter. But now that Layla is not in the picture at the moment, Tobias's injuries just heal themselves, apparently. Because, you know, the only reason that you would have injuries on a character is so that he can romantically flirt with the girl as she heals them.
So Tobias drunkenly took his painting to the painting hall to hang it up, and then Pippa was there, who is like this friendly little girl who is implied that she might have autism, but she's very sweet and childlike, and so she's taken him back to his room, and he put his arm around her so they could walk back to the room or whatever. And I can't help but feel that if Layla stumbled in on this, she would also be like, he also is sleeping with Pippa! He doesn't love me! Anytime she ever sees Tobias so much as stand near another woman, she assumes that he is, like, not into her anymore.
Now we all know that most guys are man whores and will sleep with anything.
Well, in this book, yes, Tobias is the only one who has any quality as a human being. Well, there was one guy, Orion, who got killed, but he was kind of like too good for this world, too pure, kind of like perfect character.
Gotcha. Although we should throw out there that just because somebody's sexually promiscuous and active does not mean they have no quality as a human being.
Very true. So Pippa is amused because Tobias said the word cock, you know, because she's like a child, and she's like, ha, you said cock. But everybody in this palace fucking says cock, cunt, fuck, all the time. So there's no way that Pippa is still entertained by swear words, because they are like the second
Pippa
word of everyone's mouth.
chose this job because of how funny she found it.
Okay, maybe there's that. And we've got another incredibly heavy-handed hint that Layla is the savior here at the end of this. Tobias is drunk, so we cannot blame him for not catching it. But the audience has fucking caught it by now, I feel like. Oh, we're having another sex dream. Cool. Are we ever going to get actual sex in this book? Oh no, he was having sex with Layla and she turned into Cosima. What could it mean? And Tobias is going to go see Cosima and he's all hungover, so this will be great. Does anyone remember who Demarius is? Delphi and Demarius are in the room, and I don't remember who Demarius is. One of the servants, I guess? I don't actually know. Okay, Demarius is the one who put him in the tournament in the first place, I think, is my understanding. And she's like, I picked you for Layla. Which, if that's not a big enough hint that he's, like, here because Layla is the savior, I don't know what is at this point. So, of course, he's hanging out with Cosima, and of course she has to be very rapey, because, you know, we wouldn't want her to be a decent human being. And she's, like, undressing him or whatever, and running her hand down his perfect abs, and I'm like, why is he not covered in bruises and injuries from yesterday? What happened? Because Layla didn't come visit him, and she's the only one with, like, the good healing powers, so how is he fine? You guys know that one of my biggest pet peeves in the world is when injuries don't matter in stories, and I'm just salty about this right now. I'm still hopeful, like, Cosima might just be playing with him. I'm still just hopeful that she's gonna be like, haha, all a joke, here's Layla, you two have sex now, finally your sex scene. I really hope that this turns out to be like a test or something, because, you know, she's all like, let's make smoochies, and Tobias is like, no, I want to have a conversation with you, because I'm a good man. And, I really hope that, like, this is a test that she has worked out with Layla, to be like, will he have sex with me if I just come on to him enough? And I just really don't want Cosima to just be a despicable person, because there are too many despicable people in this book, and I really desperately need depth from some of these characters, so hoping. So she forced him into a kiss, and, like, the second they kissed, I really wanted Layla to, like, leap out of the wardrobe and be like, aha! This book would have redeemed itself completely in my eyes if that had happened. No, I think it's just that Cosima literally is a despicable person, and he thinks of her as a creature in this sentence, so I think we are just supposed to loathe her. So Tobias finally stormed out, because Cosima was getting too rapey. Cosima really is just a despicable person and nothing else. Damn it, book! Why will you just refuse to give these people any depth?
So I was going to try really hard not to bring up Jenna too much, because I don't want to make these videos seem like they are just a attack Jenna fest, because that's not what these videos are supposed to be. These are intended to be A, funny, and B, helpful to other writers to see the mistakes that are being made that they might be able to see in their own writing. So I just want to talk about this very briefly. One thing that I have gleaned from Jenna's videos, and only from her videos because that's the only really glimpse we get into her writing process, what I've gleaned from her videos is that she seems to view her characters more as tools, as pieces to move around, and I've seen her kind of scorn people who view their characters as real people. You know, I know my characters aren't real people, duh, I made them up, they're from my head, but if I imagine them as existing as real, I think that makes them a lot more whole and relatable than the characters that Jenna often writes, because I think she just thinks of them as puzzle pieces that she places where they need to go, and as a result, they only serve one function and they only have one personality trait, and that's why I think her characters end up too bland for me, too one note for me. That's just my personal taste and what I have gleaned from her videos, and again, only her videos, because I am not in her life and I don't know her entire writing process. Oh my gosh, Layla is driving me insane right now. She is such a jealous girl. Tobias left Cosima and went to Layla's room because Cosima was getting too handsy. And he was like, hey, I left Cosima's chambers. And Layla's like, her chambers? Were you finished already? I guess you know, come really quickly. And it's like, oh my gosh, woman. What is your problem? Well, Layla and Tobias have finally reconciled with many tears, and Tobias literally throwing himself at her feet and being like, I'm yours, I need you, all the cliched and slightly damaging things that a relationship probably shouldn't be. You shouldn't belong to another person. You don't need that other person. It's that whole you're my other half nonsense. We might be finally gonna get a sex scene, you guys. Let's see if it gets interrupted. I don't know why I'm excited about this, I really don't care, but like, I was waiting for the reason that this book was an adult book. That seems like the wrong word. So they're making out, and she's like, take off my clothes, blah blah blah. And then this says, he launched towards her, kissing her hard as she wrapped her arms around him. He launched? I feel like that's a bad idea. It's just like, come here, woman, smash! Once again, though, we have missed another chance for her to tell him what's actually going on because they got too busy making out. So, that's inconvenient. And in case anyone was wondering, yes, Tobias has an enormous dick.
I take a look at my enormous penis and my troubles start melting away.
No hero with his salts would have like an average sized penis. It has to be quite large. Tobias likes to bottom. That's interesting information. He actually, usually like the one who likes to top, you know, takes control and goes on top. But Tobias actually like put her on top of him, so that's, you know, information. I don't know. I'm trying to find anything I can in this sex scene. And once again, poor Tobias is cock blocked by some shit. They were about to do it, and then he said something, and he rolled off. Oh, he said, I never wanted the savior, which we all know is Layla. Why do these people not communicate with each other? And Layla's so freaking touchy. Oh my gosh, girl. He's saying he doesn't want Cosima, which is exactly what you want. You think that'd be the hottest thing. You'd be like, and I don't want that other sexy girl. I want you. But no, she's all insulted because, like, she knows that she's the savior. Woman, okay, I'm gonna slap this woman because she is driving me insane. She's like, okay, Layla rolled onto her back, her face red and wet. Nothing's changed. We've made up, but the problem's still there. Nothing's fixed. Fucking, this is your fault. Fix it. Like, all you have to say is, hey, BT Dub, I'm the savior. There's 2 chapters left in this book. This can be the reveal. Ah! I hate these, like, forced misunderstandings. Maybe she's about to reveal it, and then I won't be so mad at her, but, like, oh my gosh, woman, I will hurt you. Okay, I think she's finally about to reveal it. She's just dragging it out super, super long and being like, you'll never understand, you'll never love me. It's like, why wouldn't he? Why wouldn't he? Why? This is so forced. This is so contrived. She has no reason to believe that he wouldn't still love her if she turned out to be the savior. The only reason, and she should know this, the only reason he's saying he doesn't love the savior is because the savior is that other woman who he's not into. Adam, why?
Well, because readers like to be emotionally engaged in their books, and by drawing this out, you have been... Your rage has been engaged
my only emotion,
with the story.
My only emotion about this scene is rage. And I think we are supposed to feel frustrated with her at this point, but like I'm well beyond frustrated with her, and I'm instead frustrated with the author, because like this kind of nonsense is just a thing that I hate in books. Oh, he's like, you don't have to say anything right now. Yes, she does. Just for fuck's sake. I feel like this book definitely feels like it was written by a woman for women, because like they're about to have hot steamy sex, and then instead they have an emotional argument that ends in cuddling with no sex. And I mean, I don't mean to stereotype, but that is kind of the stereotype of what women like, is like we're into the cuddling, we're into the foreplay and we're into the cuddling. And
He's like, just let them have sex, woman. Is it a cock tease? A vag tease?
Something. Well, as a female, she is teasing the male, so she's being a cock tease. Is, I guess, if we want to.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Tobias is into the cuddling as well. Again, that's definitely
Maybe Tobias likes edging.
It's possible. But yeah, every time they go to have sex, they just end up having an emotional conversation and then cuddling. By the way, she never did tell him he's still in the dark about this thing. Instead, they cuddled. Now they're having a conversation about his dick that I could have done without, so that's where we're at. Ooh, I think she might be about to tell him. Let's see if they get interrupted. She's breaking it down very slowly. She should just blurt out, I'm the savior. Tobias is saying that he definitely wants to marry Layla, which I was on board. Like, a lot of people complain that, the romance happens too fast, they're too devoted to each other too fast, and I'm like, it's a book that kind of needs to happen. But it's a little more noticeable when the characters are like, marry me, when they have literally known each other for like a week. I'm more forgiving of it than some people, but the whole, yes, in my wildest fantasies, I will always want to marry you, that's a little too much for me. And they've been interrupted, so once again, she cannot tell him the thing that she should just fucking blurt out. Delphi is like, you still haven't told him? And I'm like, yeah, she hasn't. She's the worst. And now Layla says that she's going to make Tobias exempt from the final challenge, which is like the death challenge or whatever. But I'm sure that he's going to end up in it, because Layla has to leave. And she's leaving him alone in her room, where he will supposedly be safe for the day, but either A, Tobias leaves because he doesn't follow instructions, or B, people come and find him and drag him away to the final competition. Either way, we know he's ending up in this final competition, let's be real. Ambled, another ambled. Ha, men have come to take Tobias away. Oh, it's Kaleo. Dun dun dun, that's the end of the chapter. We'll see what happens in the next chapter some other time. My camera is almost out of space. I'll see you again probably in a couple seconds. Hey guys, I'm sitting in a random yard in possibly the world's least comfortable chair to bring you more from the Savior's Champion, chapter 27, either the last chapter or the second to last chapter. I'm kind of hoping it's the last one. It's really hot out here, and this is not the ideal place to record, but I'm at an Airbnb, because I'm going to an Amcard event, and I have someone sleeping inside, so outside is where I'm recording. It's a long and complicated thing. Hopefully the lighting isn't too bad. You're in a corner to try to keep the wind from blowing on you. I'm also allergic to everything, so this is great. This is great. Let's read this. But yeah, last we saw Tobias, he was in Layla's room, and then he got found by the bad people, and they dragged him out from under the bed. My bookmark just blew away. So, he is with Kaleo and the Sovereign, and apparently the Sovereign wanted Kaleo to kill Tobias. Tell me what the hell are you here for anyway? He was supposed to be handled weeks ago. Yeah, Kaleo, why didn't you kill Tobias? Why didn't you kill Tobias a long time ago? You suck at being a murder guy. So Tobias is in a dungeon, and he's chained, and he can't escape or whatever, and Kaleo's like, want me to kill him? And it's like, Kaleo, you had your chance. You were a failure. But of course, the Sovereign says that he can't because his death needs to be in the arena, which I don't understand, because the Sovereign had so many opportunities to kill Tobias for, like, wanting to leave or whatever. I mean, the Sovereign can make this shit up. He could be like, oh yeah, the murdering of Tobias is part of an train. Really, right now? The murdering of Tobias is part of an age-old ritual that I have to get to. It's part of the tournament. He's springing all these other rules on us. People would believe it. So apparently there were senators, and they've been killed off by Layla, one by one, which would have been an interesting part of the story, I feel like, to know before now. If we were ever introduced to these senators, I do not remember them. And I knew Layla was killing someone, but I didn't know who, and I don't know the role of the Senate in this world, so I mean, maybe I was told at the very beginning of the book, but I have forgotten. So the Sovereign is also the king of terrible plans. He hired into the tournament like 3 assassins, presumably to kill whoever was going to marry the Savior for some reason. Maybe to kill the Savior. I'm a little confused why he had the assassins, but he had 3 of them, and 2 of them have already died, leaving Kaleo. So, like, not only does this seem like a really tenuous plan, but he also apparently hired some really shitty assassins. So the Sovereign is like, we can't kill him now, so just rough him up and weaken him for the final battle. Why isn't he already roughed up from the battle he had in the rain? We never see Layla heal him, so he should already be in really bad shape. But whatever, rough him up again. Hope he doesn't get an adrenaline rush like he had in that battle, or he's not gonna even notice, or apparently later even notice that he's been roughed up. Another ambled. Kaleo ambled to Tobias' side. I wouldn't think ambled is the right word for a torture scene. Like, maybe, but it's, that one's a bit tenuous. So just in case we are not clear that Kaleo is a literal caricature of a human being, he wants to also rape Tobias as well as beat him. Just in case you somehow had any inkling of liking for Kaleo, Jedha wants you to quash that. She wants you to feel that really, really good feeling later when Tobias kills Kaleo, probably in a really violent, rage-filled way, because Kaleo is just Hitler wrapped in Osama bin Laden, and just like every terrible person that you can possibly think of, that is Kaleo. He probably kicks kittens and raped puppies, and just, he is the worst. I wish these guys would hurry up and torture Tobias instead of just bantering so fucking much. I'm done with their banter. I'm over it. And then Tobias is whipped, and it's like a paragraph. He's just whipped, and we don't get much of anything of that. It just is like he started being whipped, and then he ended being whipped. So clearly the whipping is not the important part of this scene. It is the banter between Kaleo and the Sovereign that we're supposed to be here for. Tobias is barely even here. It's like he might as well not be here. We might as well just be listening to the Sovereign and Kaleo, because we don't get any of Tobias's thoughts. He's not really thinking, he's not really feeling, he's just listening. Oops. I have to stop and delete some things off of my camera, because I'm almost out of time. Be right back. Sorry about that, guys. Sorry if the framing's a bit different. Onward. So, you guys, I am devastated. Devastated. If you remember when I started reading, Kaleo got the laurel of the shepherd, and I said that I would give anything if he was actually a shepherd. Obviously he's not, he's an assassin, but maybe he could have been a shepherd. But no, his flock are just people he's killed, and he puts a scar on his arm for every person he killed, and that's just really disappointing. I am heartbroken. Would not it have been amazing if he was actually a shepherd? And an assassin. A shepherd assassin. I'd watch that show. I'd read that book. Half the time he's up in the Highland fields with his flock, and the other half, he's a murdering. And the torture scene is over with barely any thoughts at all from Tobias. It was an odd scene in that we really weren't getting much from Tobias. There was really no, like, Tobias realizing what the plan was all along, or anything like that. No narrative from him. It was all just sort of exposition from him listening to Kaleo and the Sovereign talking to each other, and Tobias didn't really have any thoughts on it. Anything that involved Tobias, like his torture and everything, went very quickly. It was like he was being beaten, and now he's done being beaten, and he was being hit, and now he's done being hit, and now he's being dragged. Sorry about the wind. And it seemed a little bit odd to me that he was so not present for his own torture scene. And it's not because he was, like, disassociating or something, because that was never described. He just didn't have a voice in it at all. The most we get from him is at the end, his realization, I die today. That's it. Okay, so Wimbledon is here explaining what's going to happen, and he says, ahead is the dreaded hedge maze. Dreaded and a hedge maze are two things I do not often think of together. It just made me chuckle. A tribute to the glorious Labyrinth, which, as we established, was not a labyrinth, it was a tunnel. and they're supposed to remember what they learned in the previous Labyrinth to navigate this one. I really hope that we have some more pigs, because you all know how I feel about the pig challenge. It just holds a special place in my heart. So, okay, Tobias is pretty sure that Kayleo's path through the maze will be just really easy and harmless, which is fine because the other two are supposed to die, but like, what actually is the Savior's plan? Would have been nice if Tobias had speculated about this or something. Is the Savior going to have the assassin he hired win the game and then kill the Savior, or is he going to have the assassin he hired win the game and marry the Savior? What's the plan with this? I mean, I guess we'll find out, but again, it's weird. It's weird. Tobias, by the way, has straight up given up. Which, I mean, he has a lot of negative personality traits. Well, I can't say a lot. He has a few negative personality traits, but he never struck me as, like, the give-up type, especially when it came to Layla. He seems to be, like, a very determined, keep-trying kind of guy. And now he's just like, nope, this is where I die, and nothing is worth it, and everything is pointless, and he's not even thinking about Layla. He's just like, I die here, this is it. Might as well just lay down and wait for the blast-ended Scroots to find me. So, of course, I had hopes, because Flynn notices that Tobias is all beat up. I had hopes, not very high hopes. They were just my personal hopes that Flynn would be like, hey, buddy, I'm going to stay with you. I'm going to help you out. Of course he didn't, because Flynn is supposed to be a despicable character. But it would have really been nice for Flynn to have a redeeming moment. And maybe he still will, but I feel like Jenna really likes to have characters be a certain way and does not like to have that alter in any way. She doesn't like to surprise you with a person turning out to be nuanced. She just likes you to know how that person is, and that person stays that way forever. And maybe I'm about to eat my words, but I'll be very surprised if I do. I could see Flynn coming in last minute for a last minute sacrifice. It'd be pretty cliched, but I could see that happening. It'd be the most cliched thing. But it would be nice to have Flynn be like, okay, well, he's an asshole, but when the chips are really down, he will come through for you. And I just don't think we're going to get that from him, except for he might do like a noble sacrifice at the very end to save Tobias. But it's not quite the same, again, I think, for me, just because it feels so cliched. Finally, Tobias is thinking about Layla. It took him a really long time to remember that, like, Layla is his reason to live. So here he's got something. He's also remembering that the Sovereign said that, you know, Tobias' death had to be in the arena. But the thing is, he's alone. So, like, it's not a cool, glorious death in the arena. He's just going to die of his injuries in the arena, which I think really doesn't solve the Sovereign's problem as well as he thinks it does. Because people are still going to be like, well, why did he just keel over dead, though? That's suspicious. That's a mite suspicious. Last time we saw him, he was not keeling over dead. So I think what this torture scene was supposed to be is Jenna knows that it's effective to get a character to his lowest point right before his victorious win. Except for she did that really fast and really sloppily and sort of just like she remembered that she had to have that, so she just threw it in, versus really bringing him to his lowest point. Tobias has had several low points during the story, but like him being tortured doesn't even feel like his lowest point, because like Layla's still out there somewhere. Like if they had brought her in and tortured her in front of him and he was really, really downtrodden, that would be his lowest point. But right now it feels like he has a manufactured lowest point, because we have seen him handle much worse pain and Layla's still alive out there to motivate him. So I feel like we could have even done without the beating scene. Maybe have Kaleo like attack him right away before running off or something if you want him injured. We don't, other than the clunky exposition, we don't need that scene. Now he's swinging from vine to vine like Tarzan, even though he's been injured. So clearly Tobias just needs a little bit of adrenaline in his system, and he's fine. Oh, we get the first hint that Tobias might actually have some kind of magic going on. He asks himself, how am I running? The stab of his ribs had reduced to an ache. The screaming of his back now a whisper, but the heat in his chest had intensified. It's the adrenaline, it has to be. So I think we were right, he does have something magical going on with him. Probably has to do with, he did the crossed hands thing, like it's on the cover of the book, over his chest with his own blood to remember Layla by. and therefore he probably awakened her magic. Did he do that? Did he do that in the last fight too? And maybe that's why he like magically just beat everyone and didn't have any injuries afterward? I can't remember, but maybe that was it. So several of the obstacles he is encountering again. There's the spiders, the ribbons, the one where you have to throw pebbles to find your path because giant walls, stone walls will somehow come and crush you inside of this hedge maze. Don't ask too many questions. But no pigs, and I am very disappointed. Also, basically, he is in a tunnel again, except for maybe it's a bit windy, because it isn't a maze. He hasn't gotten lost or found a dead end. He's just going and encountering the same obstacles he found. So it's more like an obstacle course and less like a labyrinth or a maze. Again. We had a real Hunger Games vibe just now, because he's being chased by fire, and then he got to a certain point and the fire just stopped, which reminds me of the second Hunger Games book. Felt you all should know that. Tobias is very not interested by any of these challenges. He just like is beating them very easily. In a paragraph or less, he's beaten each of these challenges. Not important. Not important. Very exciting climax that he doesn't give a fuck about. Aha, he's come out of the maze and now he has to fight Flynn, and I presume Kaleo's here too. So, Tobias is magic, and he's covered in handprints that glow in the sunlight. Pretty much every place that Layla has touched him, which includes the stick, so there's a handprint down there. Handprints all over him. So yes, he is magical, and apparently the magic glows in the sun. I don't know why, because like if it's not the X, why didn't the magic save him when he was being whipped from that? Why did it take so long to get going? Was it because he wasn't thinking about Layla? Because he wasn't thinking about anything while he was being whipped? Because it was almost as if he wasn't even in that scene? Kaleo is like, is your cock glowing too? And I'm like, yeah. I will say this, it's kind of a cool visual. Tobias realizes that he doesn't have a weapon, so he takes off his breastplate and he's using it as a shield against Kaleo, who has two swords. And honestly, that's kind of a cool visual. Of course, it sounds like Kaleo is aiming for the breastplate shield, so Kaleo just kind of sucks. Kaleo sucks. He's just, like, shit at his job. So now he's unbuckled his backplate, and it occurs to me that I don't think Jenna knows how breastplates work, because they're usually attached to each other. So if you unbuckle the front one, the back one's going to fall off as well. We wear armor in the LARPing game that I play, real armor. Proper armor, like people used to wear. For some reason we wear that. And so I've got a little bit of experience with armor wearing. And in general, yeah, breastplates are attached to each other, so you take off the front, the back comes off as well. Or he's using his shoulder plate, which is also usually attached in some way to the breastplate, so... So Flynn, it seems, is just here to be last-minute comic relief and inept, because he goes to attack Tobias, and Tobias punches him in the dick and takes his sword. So I'm glad that Flynn, the most interesting character in this book, is being wasted in this manner. That was sarcasm. Jenna is not using flailed to describe fighting, so that's like 2 points right here. And Kaylee has become distracted and going to go kill Flynn for no reason. And Tobias, who is an indeterminate distance from this fight, slides in last minute with an awesome super block to keep Kaleo from killing Flynn. For reasons. Probably just because Tobias is the best. Also, perhaps to give Flynn a reason to help Tobias, instead of Flynn just perhaps being a good person somewhere inside him. Now it's because he feels like he owes Tobias. That's my guess. No, Kaleo, don't threaten to fuck Layla. Don't you know that's how Tobias powers up? He's gonna get superpowers any second. He's going Super Saiyan. Flynn has finally done something. So we're having a moment, and I don't really completely understand it. Flynn and Tobias are sort of fighting as one, where basically they're just tossing the sword back and forth, and like using it and then tossing it to their buddy, which is weird, and I don't know if that would really work in real life. And also, granted, this is not what I expected from Flynn, but it is not what I expected from anyone. And of course, Flynn is only fighting now that Kaleo has specifically said and acted upon trying to kill Flynn. Not because he's a good person, but because he wants Kaleo dead. That's the reason that Flynn is fighting. And now, of course, Tobias seems to have a second wind. He forgot all about his injuries again, and he's just beaten up, and he's very agile again. Tobias and his convenient magical power to just suddenly be fine and able to move exactly as though he is not injured. I'm going to assume that that's the magic. By the way, Kaleo has 2 swords, and Flynn and Tobias have 1 between them, and yet still Tobias is winning. So I'm just going to go ahead and assume that Kaleo does not actually know how to sword fight, because that's the only way that he could be losing this engagement ever in a million years. Now, maybe they are tiring him out, maybe we're supposed to understand that, but we should be getting some hints that that is what's happening if the reason that he's losing is that he's becoming tired. Weakness fell by the wayside as every lunge and jab came with intention, with a force and exactness he didn't question. I don't know what I'm doing. He had that thought once, but now it was a lie. The moves were natural, guided by something otherworldly, by his burning rage. I mean, I know it's magic, probably, but it still feels really cheap. And we, of course, have to have had Tobias be molested by Cosima earlier, so that could be the explanation for all of these handprints, because Jenna still really believes that the reader has not figured out what the fuck is going on yet. This would have been a fine place for us to figure that out if we hadn't already, which we super have. It's a little inconvenient of the magic to wait so long to make Tobias suddenly a sword master, though. It could have helped him earlier. I'm just saying. So Kaleo's beat, and he is like, perhaps it's for the best. I hadn't a clue what I was going to do with all that coin. Really? Really? Sure you didn't. You could buy so many sheep, my dude. So many sheep. And then Tobias chops his head off, as you do. I feel nothing, by the way, because Kaleo was such an over-the-top villain. It's harder for me to feel victory when he gets his, like, comeuppance. That's just me, that's just a personal thing. Like, once a villain becomes too evil, I know he's going to be killed in a certain way, and it just takes me out of the story. I wish that I had some way other to feel than, I'm supposed to be like, yeah, go Tobias, but A, of course we knew it was going to happen, and B, Kaleo wasn't a person. He might as well have been a rock, a very angry rock. And then, of course, because Tobias is the best TM, he says that he throws down his weapons and says that Flynn can win the tournament. Isn't he just the best TM? So Layla showed up and finally revealed herself as the savior, as we might have known she would. Flynn was going to kill Tobias at the Sovereign's orders, and I thought for sure, I keep waiting for a redeeming moment from Flynn. Please, I really want one. And I thought, well, this is what he's going to do. He's going to spare Tobias. But no, he wasn't going to. Layla had to show up and run out there and be all like, whoosh, cloak off, I am the sparkly one. Look and behold me. And that is what made Flynn stop. Still one of the most interesting characters in the story. It's a real pity. But we have reached the end of that chapter. We only have 1 chapter to go. Chapter 28, A New Beginning. And I will probably film it while I'm still here. But we'll see. It's really noisy outside, though. There are dogs. There's traffic. I apologize if you can't stand how obnoxiously noisy this video is. I'll try to film the last one inside. See you guys in a couple seconds. Hey guys, this is Julian. I'm still at the Airbnb. I'm gonna try to be quiet because once again someone's sleeping in the next room. All of these crazy arm gestures that I'm making. But I didn't want to film outside again because I feel like yesterday, I haven't reviewed the footage, but I feel like it's probably really loud in the background and I felt bad. So hopefully that'll be the only chapter like that because we're almost done. We're on the last chapter. Chapter 28, The New Beginning. You guys, I have Cheez-Its. It's been a minute. I started this book like in spring, I think. Whenever it came out. I got it pretty much right away. And I didn't decide that I was going to do the read along until a bit later. Mistakes were made. But who knows, I might do another read along again. There's one, as of filming this, only the first read along section has gone up on my YouTube, but I've gotten pretty good response. It's not like the most viewed or anything, but I've gotten a lot of comments and a lot of feedback, so it's doing pretty well. Now let's get on to chapter 28, The New Beginning. trying to be quiet. I'm already failing. I'm a loud person. So right away, we have Layla saying magic words to heal Tobias, which to my knowledge she's never had to say before. And I know some people have been like, I don't like this magic system because it's not very well developed, it's not very well worked out. And so far I was kind of okay with it. I mean, this is kind of late for me to decide that it's a little bit oppy, but it never had needed magic words before. It seemed more like a component-based one with like potions and stuff, and also just coming from the savior herself. And I think that might be like part of the confusion is like, even if you have a very simple magic system, you do need to know a little bit about how it works, and you can show that throughout the story. And then if you change it up, like suddenly being like, oh, she needs magic words now, that's where your confusion is going to come from. So Tobias is being healed, everything's fine. Obviously we have succeeded. I do agree so far with people who are saying that the ending felt very rushed. The final challenge felt very shallow and rushed, and now he's being healed. And I think a lot of, like a great chunk towards the middle of this book was taken up with things that we didn't need, and we could have instead had a longer, more in-depth final challenge instead of that. By the way, the noises you hear in the background are the washing machine. I have a load of laundry going. Multitasking. This bothers me. This bothers me. Now that Tobias knows that Layla is the savior, he's now capitalizing all of the like pronouns that refer to her, and including you. So I call it what you, capital Y, you, will, you, capital Y, you lied to me. And it bugs me. I don't like it. I don't know why that choice was made, but it bothers my eyes because they think that it's like the beginning of a sentence. They automatically think that when they see the capital letter, when it's not like a name or something, when it's just a pronoun. And I think it was a bad choice, personally. And of course we're having the very, very expected argument where Tobias is like, you lied to me this whole time. My friends are dead because of you. I'm sure they'll work it out. It's completely predictable, but I guess understandable, this argument. But just one of these times I'd like to be like, you lied to me. Yeah, I did. I understand why you did. End of conversation. One day, maybe that book will happen. Tobias just said, do you think this was a game? And all I can think of is,
You think this is a game?
oh, so many italics. So many italics in this conversation. You can tell it's supposed to be an intense conversation because every other word is in italics. Whew. I'm not prepared. This seems complicated. I mean, I know this is what he was doing, but the tournament was never about marriage. Brontes was grooming my assassin, getting him to this fortress so he could win me, then marry me, then kill me. That seems convoluted. Can't you just get an assassin who can just like shoot her from a distance, you know, hide up in the rafters or something, like get a ninja assassin or something. Not like actually get somebody and hire one of the servants. One of the servants is bound to be corruptible. Hire one of them to poison her. I mean, you don't gotta assassinate her with her own husband. Brontes, my dude, you are not good at planning. Next time, dude, let me help you. Let me help you plan your assassination. And Layla refers to herself with the capital M, my and me, when she's talking. And again, I hate that choice. That choice bothers me a lot more than most of the choices in this book. That choice to always capitalize like the pronouns and such when referring to the savior. I hate it. Okay, this is stupid. He's like, well, why didn't you ever tell me? And, you know, contrived reasons for the book. But she said, I wanted to, but what? She pursed her lips, mimicking his tone. I can't stand the savior. I loathe the savior. Please let me hate the savior. Cosima, I thought the savior was Cosima. Yes, but you still said my name, and you still hated me, she sighed. That's so contrived and not a good reason. Like, she unequivocally knew that he meant Cosima. I remember being like, in that scene, I remember being like, what is, girl, gee, come on now, come on. This girl is one of the most insecure people. I mean, I guess that's a character trait. She is like hella insecure. about everything and just blows everything so freaking far out of proportion. Girl needs to settle herself down. She's a drama mama. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna vomit. I'm so sorry for what my father's done to you. You're kind and you're brave and you're so good. The greatest man I've ever known. Oh my gosh. Kill me. Kill me. Shoot me with an arrow. So Layla's really missing an opportunity here. She's all like, well, I can't kill my dad because then I'll never find his network of assassins. Even though she like killed most of the senators, and I really don't understand why she couldn't at least scare his network of assassins into hiding. But she could just become the god queen of rage and vengeance. Because, like, we know that her magic can be destructive. We saw it in the arena. There was a magic going on in there. So she could just be like, oh no, my father was killed when a random boulder just, like, smashed him into the wall. Who could have predicted that? Or she could go full bore and be like, behold, I am your god queen, and just use her magic and just be terrifying. Now maybe that's not her personality, maybe she's a little bit too anxious for that kind of thing, but in reality she could have this solved. She doesn't have to be sneaky. She has what is best we can tell is unlimited magic. Why is she still subservient to this guy? So she just has the power to teleport, which I guess shouldn't surprise me because she gave Tobias the power to teleport. But she's like, oh, I can't go somewhere I've never seen. But like, you could look outside, like go on the walls or find a window, look outside and be like, I'm going there. And then teleport away. Because Tobias is like, we have to leave. And she's like, okay, fine, I'll leave with you. But I can't teleport us out for unclear reasons. Oh, they're just going to give Tobias the power to teleport again. He's gonna get them out. I mean, I guess that's one way to solve it. Sure. Oh, Tobias is not the master of as many questionable decisions. He is taking his new super magic girlfriend to his parents' house, and she is going to cure his sister's disability using magic. Wow. That's, I mean, one of my least favorite tropes. Disabilities cured with magic, but I mean, on the other hand, I can't be mad that like a girl is gonna get the use of her legs back, but on the other hand, it's a trope that I hate. They're all just gonna run away together, which still sounds like not a super great plan, but they do have a very powerful magic user with them, so as long as they can get her to be smart about using her magic, they're probably fine. And that's the end of the book. We made it! We made it. Barely, but we made it. So that was my read-along of The Savior's Champion. Couple quick thoughts. I was thinking about it today, how Jen often says that she likes a healthy romance in a story, and that this was supposed to be an example of a healthy romance. And while I could argue, it could be argued that this was a realistic romance, other than the insta-love, but books have that, it was not healthy because Layla literally fell in love with the first man who was ever not abusive to her, which is not a good reason to fall in love with anybody. 2, Layla is sort of distressingly jealous and insecure about the relationship. Like, far more than I think is healthy, and I think that that is going to damage their relationship. If this was real life, that would be very damaging to their relationship. Yes, she would be the girl who's checking his phone to see if he's texting other girls. She would be the girl who is invading his privacy. She would be the girl who thinks that every time he talks to another woman, he's having an affair. And that can be very damaging to a relationship. I don't think this is a healthy relationship, and I think it is mostly because of Layla and how incredibly insecure she is. Now, I'm not saying it's not realistic that she's insecure, although we never 100% find out quite why she's so insecure about a relationship. I mean, I understand that her dad is a giant asshole, but like, she's probably never had any experience with men at all, so I don't know why she's quite so jealous and quite so horribly insecure. But I am saying that this is not an example of a healthy relationship. This is not an example of a relationship that would last in real life. I'm betting for the next book she's not going to be so insecure because that'll be convenient for the next book, but in this book, what we see girl has got some problems she needs to work out before she can be in a functional relationship. I think that's like a really big thing for me in this book. At the very end, they were really going overboard with the whole "I love you, you're my whole world," blah blah blah, which is also not healthy. My husband's not my whole world. I have other shit, okay? And so that's not healthy. I'm sure once she gets out into the world, she may begin to have other things that she cares about, but right now he is her only focus and her only thing and her only person. That is not the basis for a healthy relationship, even a little bit. Otherwise, my immediate thoughts are that this book did drag, like, middle, like, kind of like what always pops into my head is like after the pig challenge, it was just blah. But I think even before the pig challenge, it was starting to be blah for me. I will say that this was way more enjoyable to read than Eve the Awakening. Eve the Awakening was like active torture for me to read. I really did not like that book at all. This one, the real challenge was that I had to try and do it for the read along and had to find time to film versus actually like getting myself to read. If I was just reading this to review it, I probably would have been finished long before now because it's not that bad. It is pretty readable. I do understand why people do enjoy it. I don't understand why necessarily it's like some people's favorite book and I can't see a single flaw in it, but I do understand why people enjoy it and would think it was a fun read. Is it better than Eve the Awakening? Hell yes. Has Jenna come a long distance from that first book? Hell yes. I have a sneaky suspicion she's listening a lot more to her beta readers. She's listening a lot more to her critique partners, and they are really helping her. However, there are some things that I wish that she would get over. One of them being very, very, very shallow characters, and another of them being all of those italics everywhere. But honestly, the italics aren't as much of a problem for me as the shallow characters, because you all know that I like deep characters, and these people were one character trait, like written on a piece of paper and cut into the shape of a human, and they never got to be anything else. We never even knew what happened to Flynn at the end of this book. That's like how disposable of a person he was, because he wasn't a person. There was no nuance, there was no change, there was no chance for any of these characters to prove to be more than what was on the face of them. Even Layla, who was like lying about her identity, she is who she is, and we can guess that easily, and there's no depth. So that was a big problem for me, and a main reason that this book did not come out on top for me. I probably am going to give it 2 stars, because it wasn't the worst, but it was far, far from the best. I am disappointed that her second book is just going to be this again, but from Layla's point of view, when she did leave the ending so open for their next adventures. And honestly, I'm kind of interested to see, I want to see more of Thesson, I want to explore the world, I want to see if her world building gets any better. So just going back and rehashing this from Layla's point of view, I'm disappointed that that's what she decided to do. I think that if you wanted to do that, you should finish your series in chronological order and then make that like an additional book, a 4th book or whatever, if she plans to make this a trilogy, not the 2nd book in the trilogy. But maybe she didn't really have any idea where she was going after this book. That's entirely possible. That's the main reason I don't write trilogies or series, is because I don't like to have to plan out a great long series, and I think if you're writing a series, you do have to plan it. I don't know if she's got anything planned, if she really knew where she was going, or if she just had the idea for this book. I just really, really, really loved the idea for this book, and that's it. We'll see if she never continued her Eve the Awakening series, so we'll see if she manages to get this one. This one's a lot more popular, so there's a likelihood that she will continue, because we writers are fed off of, you know, knowing that people are reading our books. So lots of people are reading. But yeah, probably going to be donating this book to a library or something, or I might give it to my sisters. Could go either way, but someone else will be given this book and the chance to read it and all of that. And like I mentioned in a previous section of this read-along, when her next book comes out, I am open to doing a read-along, but I'm probably going to have y'all vote with your pocketbooks and get a goal going on Patreon to build towards to get me to do that read-along, because that's not a book that I would choose to ever read by myself. So yeah, I'll let you know if and when that starts happening. In the meantime, I'll continue enjoying Jenna's videos. I watched like her most recent one like yesterday. She's still a great YouTuber, still enjoyable, writes pretty flawed books, but a lot of people still find enjoyment from them, so that's cool. I think I've talked long enough. Thank you all so very much for watching. I'll probably make a regular review of this book too, but if you sat all the way through this entire series, you're the best. I love you, and you totally belong on my channel. Comment below and let me know if you made it all the way through. High fives for everybody. High five the screen right now. There you go. High fives for everybody. And I will see you again next time with whatever it is I happen to be doing next time. Remember, I post new videos Mondays and Fridays without fail, fam. So keep a lookout. Bye. Thanks everyone for watching this supercut of The Savior's Champion. I plan to do another one for The Savior's Sister at some point here soon. Don't forget though to show it some love with a like, maybe a comment, or some hype. And don't forget to check out my Patreon or become a channel member for exclusive videos.